So are we ready? I declare open this meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet, the Ngunnawal Ngambri people of the Ngunnawal country, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people today. The committee will be conducting hearings in person and by video conferencing. And online we have Matt Smith, the MP for Leichhardt. In attendance in the room is myself as the Chair, Senator Ormond Payne, Mr Gosling, the member for Solomon, Senator Smith will be joining us, and also Senator McDonnell at some stage. Senator Whittaker is also here, thank you. And as I said, Matt Smith, our member for Leichhardt, is joining us by video conferencing. And Matt, I got your message. Given the cyclonic conditions in your region, you'll be in and out, but hopefully all your mob and you in far north Queensland are going to be okay. These are public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such may be treated as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I also remind witnesses who are appearing by video conferencing and who are not speaking to mute your microphones at the time when you're not talking. And this morning I welcome representatives of the Maritime Industry Australia Limited and the Maritime Union of Australia in person, and it's Mr Thomas Mayer. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Thomas Anthony Mayo. I am here on behalf of the Maritime Union of Australia as Assistant National Secretary.
Is there anyone else? So we have Miss Angela Gillam.
Yes, hello, I'm Angela Gillam. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Maritime Industry Australia Limited.
And Miss Leanne Holm?
Yes, Ms Leanne Holm. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Sea Swift.
Thank you. I now invite either of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remark I invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about a couple of things mainly. Firstly, the multitude of opportunities in the maritime industry in the north. There's many ports, offshore platforms, and we've got members that work on the wharves, in the ports and at sea in North Australia. We believe there also, I'm a Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander man born and bred in Darwin, and have worked across the Northern Territory at some of the remote ports and all of that. And I think there also needs to be more opportunity for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who in the past have had their labour and land exploited with very little return to them in the north, as well as the rest of the country. But in the north there's great opportunities, I think, for First Nations people with greater empowerment, greater opportunity to leverage on the different projects that happen up there, and it shouldn't be without great benefit to those traditional owners. State and territory governments in particular have been discriminatory to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people for those opportunities. I think the federal government has an important role to play in making sure that that doesn't happen as new industry starts in North Australia. I'm also part of the First Nations Clean Energy Network, so I speak from that experience. Renewables in the Northern Territory, particular, I think solar is an opportunity that shouldn't be lost to Indigenous people, but also to workers in general. I think that development in Northern Australia needs to come with, good, secure jobs for workers. Especially where government has the opportunity with subsidies and how they support business, there should not be anti-union operators supported in the north, because then we lose the community benefit. And I think that is key to economic development, making sure that people that live in North Australia have secure and well-paid jobs whenever there is an opportunity. I think there needs to be better coordination between departments, and this is something that I hope this inquiry recommends ways to ensure that there is better coordination, because we really need a strong North Australia. It's important to supply chain resilience and sovereign capability in the north. I'll take that segue into Australian shipping. The strategic fleet policy of the government is really important, particularly to the north. From time to time we can be cut off from the rest of the country logistically, so shipping is vital. I think there needs to be more attention on ensuring for remote areas of the Northern Territory and Aboriginal communities, improvement in how shipping services those communities. There needs to be subsidies, continue to be subsidies, but we need improvement in that area to make sure that we can bring prices down for those communities. But again, on those ships, it's also about jobs, barges, good, well-paying jobs, and better opportunities for people in the communities that those barges service to get jobs. On that matter, seafarers in the north, in Darwin, where I'm from, I think there's a new college in Cairns over in the east, but it is cost prohibitive, to maintain your licences and your qualifications. Coming from Darwin, it requires travel, and I'm sure this is an impost on, barge companies, among others in the maritime industry in the north. So that's something that I hope that you'll consider. And the decommissioning is something that I want to talk about today, if you'll allow. I know that you've said this should be a short introduction, but decommissioning, there's $60 billion in decommissioning over the next 50 years. There's lots that is in the pipeline. Darwin is in a key position to be able to do a lot of that work if there's the appropriate investment from government and coordination across departments. Again, we're in a key position for clean-up, for all sorts of work related to decommissioning, recycling, a logistics hub. With the Northern Marine Complex, if we align with that and get early positioning, the NT can secure a meaningful share of this work, and it'll be great for the economic development of the north. It'll be great for jobs in Australia, and unlike the Northern Endeavour that sailed over the horizon, a whole lot of steel, shipped overseas, jobs in recycling and clean-up of that major facility is something that we shouldn't lose in the future, and the Northern Australia is in the right place to take on that work, and we should recommend that we do things to make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Does Ms Gillam or Ms Holm wish to make any statement to add to what was already been said?
Yes, thank you. I'll kick off and then I might hand over to Leanne if that's okay. Angela Gillam, CEO of Maritime Industry Australia. We're the national shipping industry peak body. We represent the interests of the maritime sector in Australia concerning the vessels and the people employed upon the vessels and the regulatory and operating conditions that they operate within. Our members are a very diverse bunch, international trading ships, domestic trading ships, operators in the offshore resources sector, the tourism industry, cruise ships, towage and salvage, tugs, scientific research vessels, workboats, dredgers, barges, any sort of commercial vessel that operates in Australia, we provide services to. So it is a diverse bunch, and one observation I will make about the terms of reference of this committee, and that is there's a maritime element to every single one of them, and it's almost too big a topic to include in a short submission. But I thank the committee for inviting us along to support our submission. So the role maritime plays all around Australia, but particularly in Northern Australia, is one of a facilitative role. We facilitate economic growth, economic activity, exports, imports, coastal trade, in particular access to regional and remote communities. And this is something that Leanne can elaborate on, because C-SWIFT provide an absolutely essential service to parts of Australia that cannot be reached by other modes of transport. And to pick up on a point that Thomas Mayo made, and I suggest there'll be significant areas of crossover between our evidence. These are areas that cannot be accessed by other modes of transport for a considerable portion of the year. So, maritime access, there's significant challenges around infrastructure, and Thomas has already touched on skills. So I'm happy to elaborate on some of the challenges that the maritime sector is facing around skills, which is exacerbated absolutely in regional and remote areas, particularly in Northern Australia, where costs of transport, costs of moving people to access academic learning at very few institutions around the country is significant and creates a barrier to increase in maritime skills, which probably, I would suggest, I don't have any research to point to this, but I would suggest has a magnified impact on opportunities for First Nations people in those regions. There are challenges across every aspect of the terms of reference. Decarbonisation creates an opportunity for maritime, but also significant challenges, as has already been pointed out. Decommissioning, defence industry, another really important area for maritime, that, if we're not in a position to scale up Australian content in our maritime sector, we'll be limited in what we can do in terms of defence scale up as well. And again, workforce, there's major opportunities, but some real barriers there in being able to meet the forecast need for our maritime industry. So I'll leave it there now, and I'll hand over to Leanne, who is very well placed to describe some of the cases that they've experienced in terms of infrastructure. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms Gillam. I'll now invite Ms Hong to say a few words.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Angela, for the introduction as well. I just wanted to start by saying that C-SWIFT does have a long-standing and valued relationship with MILE. We have been a member for the past 11 years, and we strongly support their voice of Australian maritime or marine industries. Just a bit of background with C-SWIFT. So since 1987, C-SWIFT has been servicing remote and island communities across Northern Australia. We do have headquarters based in Cairns and Darwin, and we are continuing our journey towards becoming Australia's most trusted and valued shipping partner. We have a number of purpose-built vessels which provide a wide range of sea freight services, including line haul, LCT operations, tug and barge services, And we also provide specialised deliveries for general freight, project charter, bulk fuel and heavy duty equipment. We do have an extensive network, and we do have remote depots in 6 locations across Northern Australia. So in Gove, Brood Island, Horn Island, Thursday Island, Weipa and in Seychelles and Bamaga. Each week we deliver essential supplies to more than 40 remote communities across Queensland and Northern Territory. And we do keep these locations stocked with essential food, fuel, medical supplies and general cargo that enable daily life in those communities. We do have challenges, especially with the remote infrastructure. With our crews operating 365 days a year, there are challenging and deteriorated conditions. We face crumbling ramps, unlit landings and loading areas, unsealed roads and beach landings, and these conditions impact our crew, our vessels and our assets. Many of the facilities where we deliver to require urgent repair or reconstruction to ensure reliable delivery and long-term food security in these locations. A couple of examples are Warraba Island in Queensland. This community has deep cultural significance in the First Nations community, yet the landing ramps are uneven and obstructed by coral growth. The area becomes extremely difficult to approach during northwesterly winds due to shallow conditions and a narrow channel. There's often fishing vessels and cray pots frequently blocking access to the wharf, and the island's narrow, unsealed and often flooded roads further complicate these cargo movements. And further example is Garden Point in the Northern Territory, which is located in on Melville Island. Today, the ramp requires urgent repairs to address lifted and cracked concrete, particularly at low tide. The ground surface is uneven and heavy rain creates deep pools that halt forklift operations. The landing area is also unlit, limiting our delivery window and increasing operational challenges. These examples are far from isolated. Seaswift's team confronts challenges like this every day. Without meaningful investment in repairs and upgraded infrastructure, vessel damage and crew challenges will persist. We want to innovate and expand our fleet so that Seaswift can continue to grow as a key industry in the far north, but that growth depends on the stability and the safety of the infrastructure being available. We are actively engaging with government on the need for improved infrastructure, and we have a disaster relief capability by sea, supporting communities during severe weather and helping to maintain critical food security. I'm happy to provide further examples on the condition of the infrastructure. I mean, we have numerous examples across both the Northern Territory and Queensland, but this is a real concern to ensuring that food security in these communities.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Hope. Look, I might, I'll open up to questions from the committee. I'm going to go to you first, Senator Ullman-Payne, and then Maddie Smith online. I could, if you've got some questions, and then I'll go to Senator Whittaker and then Senator McDonald. No, I haven't forgotten you, Senator McDonald. I will go. So, Senator Ullman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Having lived on Cape York many years ago in Bamaga, I absolutely understand the critical need for maritime services to bring supplies into those areas. However, it's been some time since I lived up there, but I was on Warraba Island probably about 12 months ago, and when I was talking to people in the community, they were talking about the fact that there had been a few other operators other than Seaswift pop up over the years, but then they disappeared and they're back to a situation where there's one operator. And they also raised concerns about the fact that, you know, the cost of freighting things in had tripled from the time that I was speaking to them. And so things like not only just food, but things like cars and furniture and the other things that you need to get up there are virtually cost prohibitive. I guess I'm keen to understand a couple of things. One, what are the factors that have contributed to such high rates of increase in freight costs? And secondly, and I don't know, maybe this is a question for you as well, Mr Mayo, but what are the barriers to increase competition in that part of the world, because it would seem that if people are only left with one supplier, then there's no mechanism there to keep costs down? Or is it the case that it's not workable to have more than one provider, in which case what do we need to do to actually keep a cap on prices? Might go to
yeah. Ms Hull?
Sorry, there's a lot in that question.
Yeah.
Well, firstly, we haven't increased prices for the community for the past couple of years outside of CPI. Delivering to these communities is very expensive. For example, we may deliver 2 pallets of fresh food and produce to Stevens Island or Uga. There's roughly 70 people live on that community. We have a vessel that's a 50-metre landing craft that's worth, $15 million. We have a crew of 7 people to deliver 2 pallets of goods to that community. I'm sure you can understand that costs need, we do not make money delivering to the Outer Torres Strait Island. We do not make money. In fact, we lose money every year. Shipping is expensive. We do try and minimise our costs. We have been engaging with government on ways to subsidise delivering to those locations. There is no other option. It has to be by sea or air. We are looking at ways that we can try and change the way that we deliver to make it more cost effective, not only for ourselves but for the communities. It is challenging, especially when you're confronted with, like I said before, the poor infrastructure and the damage to our vessels, and the weather impacts that as well. So you'll travel 14 hours to get to a island community to only find out that you cannot deliver because the weather is too bad to be able to land, which of course impacts the community because we can't then deliver. Mm-hmm. So there are a number of challenges and difficulties.
Mm. So if I understand you correctly, you're effectively saying that it's not possible to provide maritime services, particularly to that part of our state, sorry I say that as a Queenslander, and Northern Australia without significant government investment and subsidy?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. And that's what we have been saying for a long time now, is that it is very expensive. We do need assistance. The communities need assistance for this to continue.
And maybe if I go to you, Mr Mayor, because you did mention subsidies in your opening remarks, so maybe if you have any reflections on the adequacy of those subsidies and what you think needs to change.
Yeah, I share Leanne's views there. In my time, I've observed that it is very hard to maintain 2 operators, in such a small or more, and that never seems to last. So my comments about consistency, I think, were generally about that. We have people living in remote communities that have been there for thousands of years, and I think they deserve the support from government so that there is an operator that is able to deliver things and so that they can live lives, with the same sort of price points that people have on the mainland and in other communities.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I'll go online to Matt Smith. Matt, if you've got any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Got a few across, I guess, the whole gamut of what we've just discussed, but I'd like to start on the skill shortage. Obviously, it's been said that you guys are heavily reliant on FIFO workers. Are there any instances where the maritime industry has been partnering up with local communities to train locals up, particularly in remote areas? Torres Strait Islanders, for example, fantastic seafarers, understand the tides, understand the water, all of those sort of good things. And can you point to any successes where this might have been delivered and been, good.
Yep. So about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, we introduced our Local Jobs, Local People program, and that was designed at upskilling people with no marine experience, and that was from any community, but we were targeting local residents, so either local to Cairns, local to the Torres Strait, or local to Darwin. In the first year, we did have significant, I think we employed about 18 people across the business, across both the Northern Territory and Queensland, and that was very, very successful. I believe that we have maintained about 15 of those employees. We still are actively promoting that program across the business and across the communities. At the moment, like with all industries, it comes in waves of, when you get that interest coming into the business, but certainly open to any further opportunities to increase our local employment.
Yep.
Yeah,
also, sorry, was
You're
Thomas
right,
speaks up?
You're right.
No, if you've got something, Thomas, I'll step back.
No, I think in the Torres Strait that especially is working well. At the facility on Horn Island, Leanne, I think it's almost all Torres Strait Islanders in the terminal there, local people. So that's a great example. But I think there's certainly room for improvement. I think in the Northern Territory there's not many Aboriginal people on the barges. Leanne, you might confirm that, but there can be more done. I think one of the ways is in enterprise bargaining to make sure that commitments to training of locals is in agreements. That brings a bit of accountability. So we'll be talking about that with C-Swift, I reckon, when bargaining happens soon.
Mm.
We have partnered in the Northern Territory, we have partnered with CDU, certainly to help, for them to help us and us to help them to train our employees locally, because it was difficult at one stage and we did have to consider bringing people either to Cairns for training or further interstate.
Just to add, the strategic fleet, I think, might provide some opportunities, the policy there, and it's something that could be explored and how it can support those smaller, I think very strategic parts of the maritime industry in the north.
If I'm happy to comment sort of from a high level perspective around the maritime skills picture in Australia, which I guess is magnified in areas like Northern Australia where it's difficult to access. Well, there isn't a lot of, opportunity for accessing college time. We have over the last several decades, we've seen a downturn in sovereign maritime capability in Australia. We're down to, we say, 9 ships that are certified to trade internationally. So in that respect, we're talking about STCW qualifications, which isn't everything. There's also near coastal qualifications, which are critically important for Northern Australia. But just to make the point that there has been not enough attention on the essential nature. We are a big island at the end of a global supply chain. We have a massive coastal freight task, which is absolutely essential to areas like Northern Australia where there are no other modes of transport that are able to access these communities. And when we're talking about our total sovereign maritime capability, the ability of us to meet our skills need is central to that. And without the platforms to provide sea time, to provide training and employment opportunities, we're not going to be able to meet the needs across exports, across port management, across defence industry needs into the future. And as Thomas has pointed out, the strategic fleet is one tool to get there, which Mile is very supportive of. But there is a huge suite of attention in a whole range of other policy areas that needs to happen, which absolutely will have an impact on the ability of Northern Australia to meet or to leverage the opportunities that this inquiry is talking about around emerging industries.
Okay. Senator McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning. Thanks all for being here this morning. I was at a barge function a couple of months ago, and one of the speakers made the point that for a nation that arrives so much of its goods by sea, it's like we've turned our backs on the ocean. And I thought it was a point really well made. Ms Gillam, you just made the point that there is a range of policy levers that need to be pulled and addressed. I guess, though, where I want to start is it's not been for lack of good reason that our maritime capacity, both domestically and into international waters, has collapsed over the last 50 or 60 years. So specifically, what sort of policy levers could you see to see more Australian vessels flagged here, more port-to-port access, and I include not just the more remote communities, but Cairns. I mean, we might even include Perth if we were going to talk about being cut off, but given they're not in Northern Australia, let's not get too worried about Perth.
Big state, we can push it.
But you know where I'm going is how do we actually take gear off roads, put it on the water, but this has not happened overnight, and it's been, I would imagine, for competitive commercial reasons. So if you could speak to that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think mentioning Perth, while not in Northern Australia, there is an element of isolation. I'm sure West Australians don't see it that way, but when we saw the east-west rail line washed out a couple of years ago, we had serious issues in terms of ensuring supply chain security from east to west. There isn't a sea-going route west to east because it's just not economical. So in terms of policy measures, I can tell you that it's not a simple explanation as to the downturn, but fundamentally it's about cost competitiveness, as you've pointed out. So it's not possible for a full Australian crewed ship to compete on a level playing field with a foreign flag ship. And one of the primary reasons for that is foreign flag ships don't pay corporate tax in their country of registration. The crew employed on board those vessels don't pay personal income tax in their country of residence, and our seafarers do, and our ship owners pay zero corporate tax on profits derived from the business of shipping, but when it goes to pay shareholders, which is the business, that's the point of usually operating a business, it's taxed at that point, so it's not competitive. So the reforms that were introduced in 2012 were good, and we have seen lots of fleet renewal across Bass Strait and some areas where operators have been able to benefit from the current settings, but they have not been good enough to encourage operators to invest in the Australian shipping industry and for us to see growth in that sector. So that's a simplistic explanation. We've also seen the Australian manufacturing change. So with the loss of a number of oil refineries in Australia, the need for a dedicated coastal trade in that sector has disappeared, and so because we import nearly all of our liquid fuels, the coastal trading sort of picture has changed in that respect. So there's a couple of reasons, but fundamentally Australian operators can't compete on a level playing field because the policy settings aren't equal compared to what other flags offer.
So without going back to to the wages discussion, because the MUA, you know, fights hard for higher wages for Australian employees. But what is it then that we do to encourage? So instead of subsidising the shipping company to forever, which, you know, is going to be impossible to get through budgets, I would imagine, in the near future, how do we encourage freight movers, you know, subsidised freight, to say, well, if you put it on a ship rather than a road? I'm just trying to think of other options, because we can't continue to subsidise businesses that are losing money, because we'll never change things. We have to increase their throughput, and I'll come to some of the ports next.
Well, I think for the larger vessels that employ STCW qualified crew, I think there's absolutely opportunity to level the playing field for the cost of employing those Australians. So we're talking about we have an existing setting called the Seafarers Income Tax Offset, which only applies to Australians employed on international trading ships, of which there are none. So that benefit applies to nobody at this point in time. So there is an opportunity to expand that to seafarers employed on the coast, and that is a benefit applied to the employer. We can improve the corporate tax settings, which will make the corporate tax settings much more attractive. In terms of, you know, supplying services to Northern Australia, there is a public good there. The scale of operations is probably going to always require some level of subsidy. So it is quite a different segment. The population numbers don't, you know, the economies of scale just cannot be met, as Leanne has already pointed out. But I take it what you're getting at is the strategic fleet policy, which it isn't an uncommon structure around the world. I mean, it's eye-watering the amount of money the US spends on preserving a sovereign commercial maritime capability for their own needs. The UK has a similar scheme. So the strategic fleet concept isn't unusual, and it is common in nations that recognise that there is a fundamental need to retain a sovereign commercial maritime capability for all the reasons that we've just talked about here.
Can you just Mr. Mayo was just going to add to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice.
Look, just on the defence factor as well, you know, like the strategic fleet, I think it's important for our nation to have that capability. I support everything that Ms. Gillam said, though.
I think that's the thing, is we're all in furious agreement. We absolutely need to have better investment in our ocean highway. But, you know, I just see so much going on trucks, whether it be the Bruce Highway that's collapsing, whether it be, you know, other opportunities. And I feel like I did a maritime inquiry with Glenn Stirl under RRAT a few years ago. You know, we keep talking about the issue, but I'm really just searching for something that might be different, that would encourage us to put more on the water and build the business side for those few remaining companies, but so that they become perhaps in time more competitive, but certainly would spread the load across freight across Australia rather than just the government subsidies into the companies. And I think there is another piece on, you know, you talked about some of the industries that have gone, and you know, I would like to see us doing more drilling for oil and re-energise our refineries for ship fuel, for jet fuel, for, you know, farm fuel here for domestic capacity. But in the meantime, we still have not just defence movements, but also mining movements that would potentially be able to go on the water if we had, you know, better infrastructure and better incentives for those to happen. I think that's what I'm trying to get you to talk to.
Senator,
Mayo?
if you don't mind, just to take you back to decommissioning, you know, like there's a massive amount of work and opportunity there for industry. and particularly in the north, because it's in the northwest, in the Timor Sea, and we shouldn't be losing those opportunities. And I think the inquiry, it'd be great if there's recommendations just encouraging that investment in the north to ensure that part of what's available is delivered. And it supports shipping as well, right? Our members will be working in decommissioning the heavy lift ships and bringing stuff to shore. Just on the barge sector again, I think that maybe part of the answer to your question in remote communities is economic development, because then it increases the possibility of freight, which then supports the likes of Sea-Swift to be able to ensure that, those essential goods are at a reasonable price.
Can I have one last question?
One last question, then I'll go to Member for Solomon. I'm just conscious of Senator McDonald.
Thank you. So and perhaps you've got some more specific recommendations that the committee will still be able to take. This inquiry will go over some time. With regard to the barges, I was told that there was a temporary barge. Now, here's my lack of technical knowledge. The landing stage on the island at Norfolk Island, when the works were done and the machinery was no longer needed to be moved on and off, instead of leaving that in place so you would have a safe access for food and freight going to Norfolk Island, and the little boats not having to come out in rough oceans and whatever else, that was removed because of the environmental requirements that we not leave things in place, I am told. I don't know if you've got a view on that, but I assume that in Northern Australia we have the same butting of environmental issues versus practical landing points. I've noticed on some of the islands you've talked about, the winds and whether or not it's safe to be bringing vessels into some of those locations in different seasons. So do you have any experience on our own Australian laws making it harder for us to have physical and safe locations for barges to access remote communities? Perhaps if I could start with Sea-Swift, with Ms Gillan, because you'll have the frontline experience.
I'll hand over to Leanne to answer that question.
Yeah. Environmentally, we operate within the, travelling through and around the Great Barrier Reef, so there are challenges there. With the infrastructure, I certainly am not aware of any, like Norfolk Island, where they have to remove the infrastructure. But I think, I'm not sure whether there have been any significant challenges environmentally for us, more so around just the difficulty in navigating those. I will say, so environmentally, because the channels and the access points are so narrow and shallow, and because you are operating around the reef, there are challenges with dredging those particular landings because of the reef, and also because of the environmental factor. So like Horn Island, accessing that port, into Statia, Bamaga, they're all tidal restrained because of the level of the channels. So there are challenges there that certainly do impact us in our ability to deliver, on time.
On time, and I assume that affects cost as well, because you'll have to sit offshore or wait. Correct. Or pay wages and fuel and everything else while you... So, Chair, could I just ask that we put a pin in that for the committee to think about how we're facilitating operators to more easily operate into ports.
Look, I think it's an important... I agree, Senator McDonald. I think if we're looking at emerging industries and what's happening across Northern Australia, this is just the start of it. So I think we park it, but we come back to it. member for Solomon, and then I'll go to Matt Smith online.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thomas, I was just wondering with that decommissioning piece, whether you had identified anything coming, like the next Northern endeavour, so that we can start working ahead of time on that?
Yeah, so it will come in waves, the decommissioning work, but what is for certain is that there is a pipeline of this work, as in, for decades to come. And I think this is why something to consider in the decommissioning space is the coordination is really important to ensure that, there is coordination about when they come ashore and when there is decommissioning. So there needs to be a greater level of that coordination between departments, with the companies that are decommissioning these facilities, and the timing that they do it so that Australia doesn't miss out on the recycling opportunities, the clean-up and all the jobs that come from it.
Was it Denmark that got the job to pull it apart?
Yeah, the Northern Endeavour is an example of what can be lost, and it was a unique opportunity as well, I think, for the government to establish the infrastructure required to ensure that Australians did all of that work and to increase, manufacturing as well, because there was a fund, the Northern Endeavour. I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the fund is, but the government had money to be able to do that, but instead it sold to Denmark, and workers over there have done it.
Thanks, Chair.
Matt?
I guess I want to touch on the infrastructure, particularly around severe weather events, which I'm currently in one at the moment, hence me not being there and wearing a T-shirt because I might have to go sandbagging at any minute. What kind of marine infrastructure sort of needs to be, I guess, improved upon, particularly in the Torres Strait Islands? Because there's really two pieces to this, I think. There's the commercial obligation, which obviously, Sea Swift and the like are bumping up against and trying to make these routes commercially viable, but there's also a moral obligation as well. So if you're looking at a place like Dwan, I was there last week, there's 136 people on that island. That's never, ever going to be a commercially viable entity for Sea Swift or for anybody really for that matter. But, people have always lived on Dwan and they deserve to get to stay living on Dwan. So I guess looking at the infrastructure that's available now, what improvements need to be made? And what does that look like so that we can lessen the cost that Senator McDonald touched on in terms of losing fuel, taking a bit longer than it should, that kind of thing?
Yep. So as I've touched on, it would be the landings certainly need to be improved. The access points into those landings, in some locations, some dolphins put in so that vessels, in extreme weather can push up against the dolphin. The roads on those island communities as well. So it's numerous, and I think pretty much all of the communities require some level of upgrade to their infrastructure.
Are you engaging much with the councils and traditional owners? I am focusing more on the extremely remote communities at the moment. Obviously, there are additional challenges in Cairns and Weipa, etc. But do you get much engagement from the councils and TOs around what that infrastructure upgrade would look like in the state government? Yes.
Yep. So we certainly work very closely with TSEC, the Torres Strait Island Regional Council. We do try and engage with TSE and NPark as well, and we do convey the troubles that we have. We communicate regularly with them when we cannot deliver because of the conditions of the ramp. For example, Prince of Wales have been unable to deliver there because of the condition of the ramp. It's just impossible. It is clearly unsafe for anyone to be accessing that ramp.
Okay. Matt, have you got any?
No.
Can I just ask if there are no other committee members with remote communities and Ms Gillam, Ms Helm, or Mr Mayo could answer. Remote communities and the infrastructure. Can I take you to a really remote part of Australia, which is across Northern Australia, and that's the Indian Ocean territories? And so does C-SWIFT is there an issue, in terms of the infrastructure with both Christmas Island and Cocos? So, Maddie, while some of our mob in the Torres Strait, and I agree, but I think there are many islands that are occupied strategically in terms of Australia's defence and location. Is there a view in terms of the infrastructure both on Christmas and Cocos?
I don't know, sorry.
Okay.
Senator.
Ian? Ms Gillam?
Yeah.
I haven't. I don't know the detail, but I do recall several years ago there was, in particular on Christmas Island, an issue with the wharf.
Yep.
The wharf there. But yeah, I don't have most up-to-date detail on that. But just as the remote communities are, that the external territories, it's a significant challenge to provide. It's not economic, basically, for an operator to provide a commercial service there without government assistance. So it's a similar issue.
Okay, because it's the same question that Senator McDonald raised with Norfolk Island, because they're both external territories. Okay. Are there any other questions from members? Okay. I thank you all for your evidence today, and the committee has agreed that responses to any questions, but I don't think there were any questions on notice, we would provide that within 2 weeks of receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. This is, as we, the first of many hearings, so we'll certainly look forward to having further conversations, and probably out of Parliament House and into some of the regions. So, look, thank you all for attending and giving evidence today. If we've got any further questions, we'll pass them through to the Secretariat, and they will be transferred to members that have appeared before us today. So thank you very much for your appearance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a short suspension.
Yes.
Just for a few minutes.
Yep.
So just say we'll suspend for a few minutes.
Yep. We'll now suspend for a few minutes.
We're good to go.
We're good to go. I now welcome representatives from Ports Australia via teleconference, or video conference, sorry, and Gascoyne Gateway Proprietary Limited in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Would you like me to kick off, Madam Chair?
You can. Do you want to just state your name and the capacity in which you appear, and then after we do the three of you, I'll then invite you to do a brief statement.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Madam Chair, my name is Mark Gallagher, and I am the CEO of Ports Australia.
Fantastic.
Madam Chair, I'm Suzanne Posbury. I'm Director of Industry Policy for Ports Australia.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Daniel Jackson, CEO of Gascoyne Gateway Limited.
Thank you. I now invite you individually to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I invite members of the committee to ask questions. We do have one member online, Matt Smith, who is the member for Leichhardt. So to you, Mr Gallagher. And
Madam Chair, oh, sorry.
Yep, no, please.
Look, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee, and I thank all senators and members for the time they've set aside to hear from our organisation. We are the national member organisation for Australia's ports. 35,000 kilometres of coastline. We've got 21 port entities. Quite a number of those port entities have many ports, and we also have a series of terminals around the country as well, totalling over 60 right around the coastline. For many years, we have all referred to ports through the context of trade as 99% of Australia's trade. In the last couple of years, we've sought to quantify that to the extent that we now know $650 billion worth of trade. Imports and exports is enabled by our ports right around the country. Today, we're talking about, obviously, Northern Australia. We haven't been able to break down those figures in the context of northern regions. However, we do have it through the Western Australian, Northern Territory and Queensland figures. They're all available to all members through the Ports Australia State of Trade Report, which gives you an actual breakdown in terms of each state, in terms of GDP. It gives you total number of jobs, all the data that you would need to assist in your deliberations in relation to trade coming out of those two states and one territory.
Thank you, Mr Gallagher. So, Mr Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Daniel Jackson, Chief Executive Officer, Gascoyne Gateway. Our submission to this inquiry focuses on one central issue in preparing Northern Australia for emerging industries, the role of enabling infrastructure. Northern Australia's future growth is constrained less by ambition and more by gaps in enabling infrastructure. The Gascoyne region in Western Australia currently generates around $1.8 billion in annual gross product, and it sits between the Midwest, which has about $20 billion in gross product, and the West Pilbara, which is at $60 billion. Both of these regions have established deep water ports to facilitate trade. The Gascoyne region doesn't. As a result, there's currently limited access to multi-use deep water ports between Geraldton and Broome, limiting the feasibility of emerging industries outlined in the committee's terms of reference, increasing freight costs and restricting the diversification of northern regions' economies. Exmouth is also geographically significant as one of the closest points of mainland Australia to Java, which has a population of over 150 million people, and it sits in the Sunda Straits, closest point to Sunda Straits, Christmas Island, Cocos Keeling Island and Diego Garcia, positioning it forward in Australia's Indian Ocean approaches. On review of several of the submissions to this inquiry, there appears to be a consistent theme. Northern Australia requires sovereign enabling infrastructure if we're to capitalise on emerging opportunities across the north. What you have before you in the Gascoyne Gateway project is a sovereign Australian-owned veteran-led organisation operating at the coalface of those challenges, navigating complex federal and state regulatory approvals and delivering infrastructure aligned to the objectives as part of this examination. On reflection, 3 practical ways the Commonwealth could better prepare Northern Australia for emerging industries. Firstly, recognise private enabling infrastructure as a national priority and coordinate project assessment across government agencies, portfolios through mechanisms such as Australian Infrastructure Australia. Secondly, support early stage development capital where private projects deliver both commercial and public benefit. The Commonwealth already has mechanisms of doing this through National Interest Account administered by Export Finance Australia, where the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Minister for Finance can directly support projects in the national interest. For example, relatively modest early stage participation, potentially in the order of $10 million for feasibility, could enable infrastructure such as Gascoyne Gateway to be designed to incorporate public benefit outcomes from the outset, including defence logistics, resilience, critical mineral export, offshore decommissioning capabilities. Independent economic analysis conducted by SLL indicated the project could generate around $1 billion in gross product for the region over the first 20 years of operation, demonstrating how a small participation can actually unlock long-term significant outcomes for the regions. Thirdly, identify the incremental cost of delivering public purpose infrastructure before a project reaches its final investment decision and allow government to consider contribution to that incremental cost through existing statutory financing mechanisms where national benefit is demonstrated. Put simply, preparing Australia for emerging industries requires designed infrastructure, not just for today's commercial demand, but for tomorrow's national opportunity. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr Jackson. I'll now invite members of the committee. Ali. Senator Whittaker, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions for Gascoyne Gateway. It's great to have a Western Australian giving evidence to the committee, and I think your project is a really good example of the role that private investment has in this work, and I'm very keen to explore a bit of the opportunity that exists for Western Australia and how the federal government can support projects like yours and others across the north. So can you just talk a little bit to why the Gascoyne Gateway Marine Complex is important to diversifying, in particular, the Western Australian economy?
Yes, thanks, Member, and nice to see you. We see examples across the country where getting a single product to market is a very much a commercial transaction, and so the minimum viable asset is designed in order to get, say, rocks or LNG over to a customer. When we look at particularly the emerging industries, the single commodity approach doesn't stack up. You need to find common user facilities that can help to bring together all those little small pieces of economic benefit through regions and be able to facilitate that trade both for import and export. And so when I think about diversification, particularly in our regions, for example, Carnarvon has an opportunity to expand its food bowl, double its food bowl production, closest point of mainland Australia to Indonesia. So there's one opportunity that could be expanded if you've got the right supply chain and right infrastructure in the right place.
Mm-hmm. And I thought it was interesting the comparison you gave about that Gascoyne region in comparison to the regions to the north and the south. So what's the opportunity to expand the industrial capability of the Gascoyne region through a project like this?
Yes. So as I mentioned in my opening statement, the Gascoyne has the lowest gross product. That doesn't mean that between the Midwest and the Pilbara there's no opportunity. That you have very challenging mid-ocean conditions, a lot of exposure on the north on the western coastline, and we have vast distances between those regional communities. The Exmouth Gulf in particular has very protected and benign conditions, similar to Coburn Sound off Perth. And so finding those areas of least constraint, because there's never a perfect place to put infrastructure, finding the areas of least constraint and then being able to tap that into close proximity to that pent-up demand inland and offshore opportunities is where we see our project, and that was part of our site selection process.
I want to talk a little bit about decommissioning. I think it's something like 89% of the offshore oil and gas infrastructure that will need to be decommissioned over the coming decades is off the shore of Western Australia. And so what role could this project play in undertaking some of that work?
Yeah, and as mentioned in the previous hearing, the decommissioning opportunity for Australia is significant. One of the challenges, and we were included in a report developed by CODA, is that the scheduling of those various types of decommissioning activities, if you look to design and fully fund it from a government perspective, you end up with an asset that could be a white elephant that's only used part-time. So you need to actually design facilities that have the capacity to provide for a variety of type of trades so that they can meet the design criteria and needs for decommissioning, but when those programs of work are no longer needed, or there's a gap in that work, in that knowledge, in that program of work, that you're able to still generate revenue. And so being across 14 various industries, being able to supplement that trade is important. So working in with decommissioning, but then linking that supply chain on the land side is enabling infrastructure. That's what we're talking about, really.
And if we don't develop that capability here in Australia, where would the work go otherwise?
It'll go overseas. The mandatory requirement to bring ashore is subject to us being able to actually facilitate that work onshore. Getting it ashore is also part of the problem. We have a plethora of single-purpose terminals, as I mentioned, but very, very limited multi-use facilities to accommodate this. So and it's a low-margin industry. It's recovery of material off the seabed and so forth. So the operating costs and the margins that both the proponents, which are obligated to remove it, they're looking for the minimum viable product and the lowest price point in order to achieve that. And so you need the right infrastructure in the right location that can help facilitate that.
How many more questions?
Just a final question, if you don't mind, Chair. In terms of the local work opportunities, you touch a little bit in your submission, in particular about First Nations job opportunities. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about how the project will engage with local communities and provide work for the local, particularly First Nations communities.
Yeah, so the Bayangu Yinagudara people that represent the Nully, which is the coastal regions of the Gascoyne, many of them have been removed from, when I say remove, have not had the opportunity to work in Exmouth or live in Exmouth, and getting back on country is something that they've expressed to me as being something that would be really meaningful and important. In order to achieve that, you need diversification of local business opportunities for them to do that. And so Exmouth has a community of less than 3,000 people. You've got about 1,800 ratepayers. So you've got public amenities that they're trying to service for influx of 20,000 tourists at points in time. So the availability of residential housing and local jobs does make that slightly prohibitive for First Nation people. Projects such as this, where you can provide certainty for, say, cruise ships or super yachts or defence vessels that are going to come in, that like to go ashore and like to experience the region, First Nation businesses can now provide cultural tourism, cultural education, because right on the doorstep is World Heritage Ningaloo coastline, and you have the Cape Range through that region. So there's a lot of cultural significance through that region that could be certainly leveraged and present a lot of opportunities for First Nation people. And also direct jobs working with a project such as ours. So we anticipate 70 to 80 full-time jobs and many hundreds of indirect jobs by having that enabling infrastructure in that location.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you all. Mr Jackson, if I could start with you, and congratulations for having a veterans-led business and organisation. I'm sure that will add to your success. As a young person, I worked at a sheep station at Carnarvon on the coast, and it stuck in my mind that I was told that the continental shelf came in quite close to the coastline, which makes it advantageous for shipping and for ports, I'd imagine. So hopefully you're going to confirm that I'm right and that that's a good reason to have it there. More on a business request, how much consultation have you had with overseas shipping companies as to whether or not they would be willing to stop at your new port?
Thank you, Member. Firstly on Carnarvon, so that's 350 kilometres south of Exmouth, so it's certainly within the catchment. Part of the site selection work that we did looked at Carnarvon as an option. And back to that lease constraints, one of the challenges at Carnarvon is to achieve deep water, you have to go out a significant distance, many tens of kilometres, which, and you've got, because you're exposed to the Indian Ocean, you've got a lot of sediment transfer, so many billions of dollars to be able to provide adequate infrastructure that's quite exposed. So that is a challenge for Carnarvon, where there is a lot of opportunity inland from the Upper Gascoyne region with rare earths and so forth. Further to the north, the protected waters of the Exmouth Gulf provides that protection, access to natural deep water that can provide that access to Asia and so forth. To your point, or to your question, in relation to direct shipping, being the furthest most point, as I mentioned, of trade into Sunda Straits and so forth, there's only a 3% deviation off the existing trade route. So if you think of a commercial ship, they're a little bit like an international flight. They want to be there on time and land at that particular time. They don't want to be deviating off. And so if you head to the Pilbara, you have 23, 24% deviation, which that adds a significant cost and deviation. So taking things off the direct shipping route is problematic, hence why we believe Exmouth is an ideal location for that. Creating that coastal shipping node along the west coast, where you don't have a north-south rail link, you're very much reliant on sort of one road north and south, heavy haulage, and over 90% of our freight comes from Fremantle, it's truck north, and we don't have that backhaul opportunity. So this creates an intermodal opportunity going forward, where you actually have that two-way freight transfer, which then reduces costs for local and regional communities.
All right. My numbers will be out of date, and Mr Gallagher will probably be able to give me more up-to-date figures shortly, but I was told when I started doing Northern Australian work about probably pre-COVID, so obviously everything will have escalated, it was something like $740 a container for a ship at Brisbane. It was $1,400 for a ship to stop at Townsville, and Darwin was more again, maybe $1,700. But anyway, I won't put Mr Gallagher on the spot if he doesn't have those numbers with him. But I guess that's my interest, is for Northern Australia ports. How do you get those costs down that it becomes commercially viable for a business to decide to unload or export through a different port where the shipping companies may not be as attracted to go to them? I appreciate your point about only being 3 degrees off the route, and I think that is advantageous, so I'll follow that with interest. And are you seeking funds from government, from the Northern Australia facility or something like that, for the construction of the port?
Yeah, member, the project has been on the active watch list for NAIF for quite some time. One thing with organisations such as NAIF and the Indigenous Businesses Australia and is that they operate quite similar to institutional funds, and so they want to come at the end when you're ready to construct. And so it's quite a competitive landscape in that space. So yes, there's certain advantages of being able to facilitate through those, but when you look at development capital to actually get the projects through feasibility, that heavy lifting is really, is worn by proponents, and we acknowledge that this is our aspiration and our vision to deliver this. But back to my opening statement is I believe there's an opportunity for government to be able to come in early and support projects like ours to be able to leverage off $650 million of private equity and be able to enhance and unlock a number of these.
So that's a point really well made. So we've just had a review of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. When it was established some 2017, I'd have to check the date, it was always my understanding that the purpose of NAIF was to construct infrastructure, critical infrastructure, that private enterprise didn't have the ability to do. And that is the constant refrain to me, is why is that not what it is doing? And I think your point has been well made about NAIF doesn't want to be, doesn't want to crowd out foreign investment, but doesn't mean that it always acts to crowd in investment, which is my belief is its purpose. So I'm taking a note of that, and we've got some Northern Australia legislation coming through. It's a point I'll make in those speeches. How do we get the NAIF to crowd in private equity capital? It's a point very well made. Chair, if I may turn to
Mr. Gallagher. Yep.
to Mr. Gallagher and to Ports. Good morning. Do you have to hand the cost of containers at various Northern Australia ports? I feel I might have just caught you off guard with such a specific question.
No, it's a good question, but it's one of those decisions that we make in Ports Australia to stay away from, because of the competitive nature between our ports, not wanting to fall foul of the ACCC, we stay away from the ever-continuing changes in prices and commercial pricing around all sorts of product, not just containers. What we have been able to produce is, using a group of economists, is to give a sort of a rough figure in terms of the percentages of the cost of transporting a box from, say, Shanghai or Singapore to Australia. But in terms of actual breakdown of the figures, no, we don't have them. But I can tell you that over 50% of the cost, well over 50%, and that will be escalating now because of what's happening in the Middle East, over 50% of the cost is in shipping. Ports account for about 4%, and I think stevedores for around about 8 or 9%, the total cost of moving a box from Singapore to a port.
So I think the Chair's going to suggest that we ask for that information on notice.
Yes. Do you want to?
Yes. So if you wouldn't mind providing that data on notice, please, Mr. Gallagher. I guess the point.
Madam Chair, just on that though, you're only after containers. You're not after bulk product.
Well, I think all of it. We can. So we could frame the question, Mr. Gallagher, and the Secretariat will get it through to you if you agree to take that question on notice.
Yes, I'll have a look at it. Okay, thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Good idea. So really, though, what my question was getting to was how do we encourage or incentivise shipping lines to stop, whether it be Townsville or Darwin, or in the case of Mr Jackson's new project at Exmouth? What does Australia have to do to encourage that? Is it around cabotage? Is it subsidies? Is it what would it be?
Look, at the end of the day, Townsville, for example, is doing a lot of work to encourage diversification of their port towards containerisation. In the last couple of weeks, senators and members would have noticed that the Port of Mackay, NQBP, North Queensland Bulk Port, which is ostensibly known for metallurgical coal primarily as an exporting port, is also now looking at boxes, as we call them. And as we speak right now, the Port of Gladstone is out to tender. So they are obviously negotiating with the shipping lines, but it's all about the shippers as well, those people who are bringing freight to and from the country. They need to be part of the equation to ensure that there is enough throughput to make it commercial. At the end of the day, there has to be significant infrastructure put into place as far as keyline infrastructure, cranes, to enable movement of the containers to and from the vessel, but there needs to be sufficient throughput through those ports to make it commercial, to ensure that the money that's being spent is therefore got a commercial return.
Mr Gallagher, I've had complaints from operators seeking to operate into Gladstone, Townsville, other Queensland ports. They tell me that the port operator will take tenders from local operators that are not always competitive, and because the port has a process of just saying, well, this is the cost that we got, we're just passing it through to you. How do we make sure that port operators understand that then it's not that they can charge as much as they like because they might be the only operator or only one of two, that they're actually competing with international ports around the world, and we need to be competitive in that space? Can you give me any advice on that?
If you're talking primarily about northern Australia, in this context, northern Queensland, there is very little container transport going through those ports currently. Obviously, Townsville is ahead of the other two. They're trying to lift that. And Townsville is most certainly making and has made significant investments, particularly in relation to channel development, to increase the size of the vessels. At the end of the day, it all comes down to commerciality. Our ports don't discriminate. They really do not discriminate. It is all about the commerciality of the trade and whether it's such that they can handle the throughput to make sure it's an ongoing concern. I'm not aware of cases, but nor would I normally expect to be made aware of cases where people have grievances. But I can only assure you, if there is a concern in relation to the port, our ports would be willing to sit down and talk, even with you, Senator, if you wanted to, well, most certainly with the people that you've spoken to go through the commerciality of whatever trade is being proposed. It's moving stuff in and out of our ports is a very expensive business, and we need to make sure that once we're putting this infrastructure in place, everything costs millions in our space. It needs to be such that there is an assurance that the trade is going to be long-term, ongoing and commercially viable before you make that investment. In those Queensland ports in particular, they're all state-owned ports. So therefore, it's Queensland taxpayers' money that's being spent at the end of the day in relation to that investment.
And that's an excellent point. I mean, if we look at some of the ports where the port is charging, $150 for a forklift to shift and move a container, with tug operators are charging amounts that are just not commercially viable in comparison to other jurisdictions around the world, then that worries me, because what we're trying to do is build more ships, more capacity coming into northern ports, and so I will take you up on your offer to get a briefing on that, and the committee might consider a briefing on that as well, if
we
that's
can do that separately.
separately. Can I just ask a final question then, Chair? Thank you. Mr Gallagher, specifically on infrastructure connections to ports, I'm very, very keen that we utilise our sea lanes more. We know that the Bruce Highway is not in a great shape. the Flinders Highway, which runs from Townsville to Mount Isa, there are more and more fuel and critical minerals and everything else is going on the road, and it is an absolute death trap. I just ask any truck driver on it. I am keen to encourage all ports, but specifically Townsville Port, to put more freight, to have better connectivity between the port and rail infrastructure, because it exists there. I appreciate that for Mr Jackson's project this may not be an option, but that we're not relying on trucks when we have fragile roads and limited infrastructure, when we have great rail systems, and that would reduce the cost of rail for all the other operators as well. Is that something that, I know it's a bit of a sideways move for ports to be considering rail infrastructure, but would you speak to how you see ports connecting to that other infrastructure, please?
A number of our ports through the stevedores actually are investing in rail around the country. Again, rail is very expensive infrastructure, and we need to be assured that there is going to be that trade. Your point about utilising our ports as opposed to the Bruce Highway, I think, is actually to be commended. Those communities on the Bruce Highway are seeing increased trade, but they're also seeing it visibly through increased truck movements up and down the Bruce and other highways around our country. Ports Australia, we don't play favourites, whether it's rail, road or shipping, in terms of the mode of transport. What we look for is the most efficient and effective way to move freight around and through Australia, and for that reason we keep suggesting to governments that they start to look at utilising the Blue Highway, which is already open for business. It is capable of handling increased amounts of trade, and it only requires commitment from both government and opposition that we have a bipartisan approach, that this investment is going to be long-term investment, that we're going to make it work. What we don't want to do is get caught up in differences between political approaches to these issues and find that there is no long-term assurance that the investment that we are going to make is going to be there for the long term.
Well, I would ask that you do get a bit, play a few favourites, because we cannot continue increasing the amount of freight that's going on our roads, particularly in the north where we've got flooding and other things. And with the increase of heavy gear, whether it be mining equipment or wind turbine blades and motors, I might have to take a leaf out of other people's books and start protesting on the road and shutting it down, because it is absolutely, our bridges are crumbling, our roads are crumbling, and they could all be on the rail so long as the port makes that connection possible and not constrained just to Horizon and have a monopolistic outcome, but they make it open access to all operators who can put rail on.
Senator, earlier I heard you in the previous session talking about barging. And I honestly believe that barging needs to be on the table, particularly on the inside of the Great Barrier Reef and many of those areas up northern Australia where the waters do provide for some opportunity to barge, where we've got larger communities. And many of our ports actually have facilities for barges to pull up. I'm aware, as are yourself, of organisations in Australia that specialise in barging. They can barge all the way to Tonga. They can take a barge with containers, over 100 containers, and take it all the way to Tonga. Sure as heck, they must be able to do our coastline equally, particularly when areas are disrupted as a result of climate change, cyclones, etc. These barges can take fuel, medicine, water, food. We need to have it on the table and to start to consider the opportunities that we can. We don't have the river networks that Europe have, where they barge up and down, but we most certainly have waterways where particularly inside the Great Barrier Reef, where there is an ability to barge.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, I'll go to Matt Smith, member for Leichhardt, who's online, who's got a couple of questions. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Gallagher, probably one of the big things I'm really trying to look at here, I guess, is the FIFO work. And trying to get more locals from the far north into jobs right across Australia. It's not unusual for me to be flying into Weipa with the bloke sitting next to me running up to do a swing on the tugs or whatever. Then he jets back to Port Macquarie, which is great. I'm sure Port Macquarie is wonderful, but I'd rather he spend his money up here. What sort of strategies are in place to really get those local skills up? Because the more people we have working in this industry up in the northern part of Australia, the more viable all of your commercial industries are going to go. There'll be more goods, more services, and particularly with the way the world's swinging north.
Yeah. Look, Matt, thank you for the question. If you go to Port Hedland, for example, and I encourage all committee members to take time to go and have a look at Port Hedland and just what it is doing for the economy, but then also what it's doing for the community. What we're seeing now, there are increasing numbers of workers staying in Port Hedland, and there is amenity there, and it is a great part of the country. Your part up in Leichhardt, of course, right up to Weipa. It is a challenge for our sector in terms of attracting workers, be they land-based workers or indeed maritime workers. It's the same as the mining industry. We are doing the best that we can to attract them, and we're trying to incentivise as much as we can for them to stay. But at the end of the day, if they want to go to Port Macquarie because their kids are going to a school and they're happy to fly in and fly out, other than try to incentivise them to stay, it's very difficult.
And look, that obviously we're not going to dictate where people live, but yeah, it is something that comes up again and again in my travels across the far north. And I guess the other thing is, and probably Daniel, you can touch on this as well, when we're discussing infrastructure, how do you see weather-resistant, disaster-resistant infrastructure? What does that look like from your perspective, particularly for my community up here, but obviously parts of far northwestern Australia and the Northern Territory as well once we get cut off?
Yeah, look, and we're talking, I assume you're talking about both land and in-water infrastructure?
Probably more water infrastructure at this point, because I know that the land infrastructure up here is currently underwater.
We, quite a number of years ago, recognised the changing nature of the environment and the consequences from, say, working in cold water environments like Tasmania versus up north where you are, and what that means for infrastructure degradation and the changing rates depending on where you are in the country. We've developed a thing called a War Structures Conditional Assessment Manual, and it is a world's first, and it has now been picked up by ports from right around the globe to assist our ports in understanding the point at which repairs, maintenance and complete replacement needs to take place. And we actually have a nationally consistent approach to this. It's very much an engineering issue, but when you think about it, it's about making sure that we are utilising either the taxpayers' dollars or private infrastructure's dollars to ensure that our ports remain open, but then they also remain safe. So we've actually started to encourage councils that have marinas and other facilities that are publicly available for boat owners to start to utilise this to understand where we can have a nationally consistent approach to maintaining our wharf infrastructure. The other work that we're doing now is reaching out to our South Pacific neighbours and promoting the investment that we have made as a result of maintaining our wharf infrastructure and ensuring that our South Pacific neighbours from as far away as Tonga and other islands in between, that they have access to the knowledge that we have and sharing it with them. So a lot of investment is being put into this matter, I can assure you, because it's about making sure that our infrastructure lasts long term, but it's also safe. The last thing we want to do is to let it rot and then all of a sudden we have a catastrophe.
With your engagement with the councils, a lot of councils in the far north have quite small rate bases. What kind of engagement are you getting? Are they getting much buy-in, or are they just sort of throwing their hands up in the air?
No, look, it's more a case of them being aware of the existence. We colloquially call it the WASCAM, which is, again, the Wharf Structures Conditional Assessment Manual. It's for them when they are working with their consultants and their internal engineers to ensure that they are both measuring the degradation of our port infrastructure from the very same base. So we actually have a nationally consistent approach to it, and this is one that has been, for over a decade, the work of our engineers and we continue to update it. And in the next few years, we'll update it again using drone technology to help measure the degradation, not just below water, but above water as well.
All right, cool. Thank you.
If I could add to that, Chair. The engineering standards that Mike referred to, there is a standard engineering practice that takes into consideration climate change and ensuring that the design of any new marine infrastructure meets those requirements. So whether you've got a king tide, cyclonic event, making sure that it will withstand those type of events. And your point around local government engagement in relation to this, we see, particularly in Exmouth, where you have a very small ratepayer base trying to provide public amenities, as I mentioned, to a large influx of tourists. Diversification of those communities and diversification of opportunities becomes extremely important. If I look at Exmouth, I believe half of its, I'll clarify the percentage, but over half of its rates are generated through the airport, which is shared with RAF Base Learmonth. Those two jets that come in, they're providing direct services out to the oil and gas platforms. They are ageing infrastructure which are due for decommissioning. So once that goes away, the need for those jets reduces and now the ratepayer base reduces. So having social infrastructure that helps to bring in other regional opportunities becomes critical.
It's a great project, I've got to say, members, that's underway at the Gascoyne. They've been working on it for a long time. This has been a long challenge for them, and I've seen this develop over years. ABF are interested, Defence are interested as well, so congratulations to Daniel and your team.
Thank you, Mike.
And I think that diversification is a really strong point. Obviously, the Exmouth example that you used, but where I'm from too, we're also heavily reliant on tourism. And the downturns and the knock-on effects of that, and you know our shipbuilding and ship repairing industry over Portsmouth Way there was the only industry in Cairns that didn't lose a day of work over COVID. So you know that what that's bringing into the economy is really fantastic, and the diversification that sea transport and shipping provides, and the opportunities it's going to provide a lot of people for jobs into the future is great.
No other senators have got questions? Luke, you're fine. Oh, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice, which we thank you, Mr Gallagher, for, will frame those questions through the Secretariat and get that through to you. There might be, Mr Jackson, a couple of questions, because you did touch on the Indian Ocean territories in your speech, and I thought rather than tease some of that out, I might provide some of those questions to the Secretariat and get that to you, if that's okay, to take those on notice. The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. Thank you for your evidence to the committee today. The committee will now suspend for a short break, I think like 2 minutes? No, 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Okay. So quick coffee break and we'll come back with 10:30. At 10:30. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Maritime Officers Union in person, Mr Jared Moran, and the Australian Institute of Marine Power and Engineers, Miss Maggie Page. Welcome to you both. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. I'm Jared Moran. I'm the Executive Officer of the Australian Maritime Officers Union.
Miss Page.
My name is Margaret Claire Page, National Organiser for Queensland District's Australian Institute Marine and Power Engineers.
I now invite you both, if you, Mr Moran, if you want to go to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusions of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. And before I hand it over to you, Mr Moran, if committee members can state their name, Senator Payman-Olman, and Senator McDonald. I think we just forgot about that in the last session. But I now invite you, Mr Moran, to do an opening statement.
Thank you. And asking a union official for a short opening statement is flirting with danger, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
We will.
So, look, thanks to the committee for the opportunity to make a verbal submission based on our submission. It's really appreciated. Can I commend the submission of the Maritime Union of Australia, which is much more comprehensive than ours and goes to lots of different points that are important, and we've tried to concentrate on some specifics. Also, the submission of the MILE, Maritime Industry Australia Limited, is very good as well, and their case study from Sea-Swift, I think if you look at their submission and our submission, we may have stolen some of Sea-Swift's photos and some of their evidence, but MILE again goes a bit more comprehensively than what we do into their issues. Just on the unions, there's 3 maritime unions, as you're aware, in Australia. There's the Australian Maritime Officers Union, which is the union that I represent. There's the Australian Institute of Marine and Power Engineers that Maggie represents, and then there's the MUA. We're separate unions, but we're fraternal unions, and we have been for 150 years, and we work closely together. For your information, if I can explain it like this, on a tugboat there's usually 3 workers. A tugboat doing harbour towage has 3 workers. They've got the skipper upstairs, who's a member of ours. They've got the engineer down in the engine room, who's a member of Maggie's union, and they've got an integrated rating or a general purpose hand on the deck, who's a member of the MUA. So 3 different workers, 1 vessel, 1 tug, 1 EA in most cases, and so we work closely together. The maritime industry in Australia is not what it once was in size, for workforce is what I mean. It's much smaller than it was even in 1985, where we had about 150 Australian flagged trading vessels. It's down to, and these figures will vary, some people say there's 9 Australian flagged trading vessels, some will say there's 11. So I'll say that there's 10 Australian flagged vessels, which is a shade on what used to be. Our members are enamoured by the sea. Our members are seafarers, but they also work ashore. They work for port authorities. They do vessel traffic services. They're pilots, and they're seafarers, and they're on tugs. They love the sea, the people that go away to sea. I'm not a seafarer myself. I'm a union official of 30 years, but our members absolutely love the sea, and they love their jobs, and they love what they do. They usually go away at 16, 17, 18, 5 weeks on, 5 weeks off for 20 years, and then they want to have families and they want to come ashore. So they want to make sure that there's good quality Australian jobs onshore for them to go to in their industry. That's what we are seeing increasingly is lacking. The maritime industry is an industry Australia cannot do away with. 99% of our trade is by sea. It's something we're always going to have to rely on, in my view, unless matter transportation or something else is invented. We're always going to need the sea because it's cost effective and can move large volumes of things. And we're an island nation, so we're going to need the sea. It's not an industry that we can offshore. It's not an industry that we can get another country to do for us. We must invest in this So my position to you is that these are good quality Australian jobs that we need to protect and we need to enhance.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr Moran, are you still going or...?
I told you, once you get a union official started, 2 more minutes and then I'll stop, I'm sorry. The Albanese government was elected with a commitment to establish a strategic fleet of Australian trading vessels. We think that fits in perfectly with the work of this committee. Having that resilience in a time of crisis, that ships can be pulled in for use for, evacuating people, getting supplies around the country, even aiding our defence force for sea lift and those kind of things is vitally important. We don't have a tanker. We don't have a product tanker. Australia doesn't have a product tanker. The Navy's got 2, they call them oilers. The Navy's got 2 of those, and I understand they're both out of commission. Maggie may have some more information than me on that because she spends more time up north. But if you think about what's going on in the world right now, not having access to a tanker or people with the skills to crew a tanker is not a very good place for Australia to be. So I'll finish with our submission. The submission of the MUA and MILE go into detail about things that this committee can do. I think what you need to be able to do through our submission is do an audit of what infrastructure we have up north, what infrastructure we need and what we have and what we don't have, and what workforce we need to supplement those things. We need to upgrade the Cairns precinct. We need some heavy lift capability for wet and dry dock up in Cairns, and that's vital for that part of our country. And we need an audit on the infrastructure in the islands for the landing area for the barges and the roads. Some of the pictures from Sea Swift, those pictures that we stole as well, are quite telling in the state of those things up there. So sorry for taking so long, but I'll finish there.
Thank you, Mr Moran. And I now invite Ms Page, if you'd like to do some opening remarks.
So my background before I was a union official, I was a marine engineer, so I worked at sea happily, very happily, since I was 21, worked at sea on oil tankers and container vessels and tugboats and offshore vessels. Came ashore only because I had a beautiful daughter, and you can't very well pack them in the back of a bag and take them away to sea with you, although I'm sure she's spent some time on vessels with me while I was ashore. So my background also goes to, I used to be a project manager at the likes of Norship in Cairns, and I have lifted vessels in Tropos, which is another shipyard there, and worked in BSC, which is now Austell Shipyard. So I've had the hands-on experience in Cairns. I've travelled when I was with Sea Swift to the north to look at the barges that are operating up there, and the landing facilities that we have and unfortunately don't have. They aren't maintained, and they're difficult to maintain just because of the reaches to get there and the costs of getting there. Another thing about Cairns and the north, Darwin, Cairns, northern Western Australia, it's hot and it's humid and no one wants to work there, unfortunately. So getting people to work in North Queensland and Northern Australia is difficult because you're looking at working in 45-degree heat and you're trying to paint a vessel and all of a sudden it starts raining and you can't paint a vessel. All these things that even outside that you don't even think about. So it is important, I think, Northern Australia to improve, and especially in the maritime fleet. 20 years ago, you could put your hand up and you get pulled up for a job easy, and now it is you're pulling teeth to get a job on an Australian flag vessel, or even a vessel that that's worthy of working on. So yeah, very passionate about this industry and support Jared with this 100%. As, like he said, 150 years our unions have been standing together pushing for this. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go Senator Whittaker, if you've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for your time today. I just wondered, we'd heard from some of our previous witnesses about some of the skills and workforce challenges. I wonder if you could give us your views on that.
Yeah, so Maggie, I'll go first. To be a Master Unlimited, so a master who can command any vessel in the world of any size, that takes about 20 years. That's college time, that's sea time. Yeah. Sorry, that's an exaggeration. 15 years. Okay. That's college time, sea time, and then leave built into that as well. So that's someone going from first day on a vessel through college, through their equal sea time and their leave. So those skills are not, you can't just pick that off the street. So we put it that if you want those higher end graduates, you've got to invest in the kindergarten. You've got to make things available. So getting away to sea, getting berths is really hard because, as I said, we might have 10 trading vessels. We've got some border force vessels that we can try and get some people onto. We've got the Nyena, the icebreaker, we're trying to get people onto. We've got competing interests because CSIRO want to say, or AAD, no, we would send more scientists, so that room for that cadet or that trainee is missed. And so providing the training berths is vital because, as I said, someone goes to sea for 20 years. Maggie's the example of that. The majority of our members are examples of that. They want to come ashore and have start their family or be with their family, and they want to go home every night because for 20 years they've been 5 weeks on, 5 weeks off, 6 weeks on, 6 weeks off. They want to go home every night. So a pilot is a Master Unlimited usually. So getting those skills in Australia is really difficult because we're lacking those training berths to allow those people to come ashore. And the pilot is probably the top of the tree as far as our industry goes and our membership. That's what people aspire to.
Yeah. Yep. Member for Solomon, then I'll go to Senator Payne.
Thanks, yeah. I'm a bit of a landlubber, which is why I joined the Army instead of the Navy back in the day. But I have a deep respect for people who go to sea. And I was just wondering whether facilities like up in Darwin at the Defence Establishment Berrima, there's a fella called Jeff, he's built this simulator, bridge simulator, and they can put up any port around the world and then navigate the ship in. Is there connectivity with defence? So there's a young person, maybe they've had a conversation with Thomas Mayer and they want to have a career out at sea where they can do some study online, learn the trade a bit in one of these simulators, try and get on a tug that's going out to a tender or something with IMPEX. How does that pathway to a career who's the pathfinder for that young person? A bit of a clunky question, I suppose, with a couple of different elements, but and Maggie, with your experience with Norship, Tropos, Austral, Sea Swift, you've done a lot there. Is that all in northern Queensland? I was just wondering if you've got any perspectives on Darwin.
Darwin, fortunately or unfortunately, have never had to live there. I have visited on vessels. Look, it's much of a muchness to an extent. Darwin and Cairns, they both need the infrastructure. And I have, while I worked at sea for the 20 years, I also took time to come away from the ocean and work ashore. So I also worked for Defence for Rolls-Royce and Garden Island. So I did HMAS, Tobruk, Manoora, Kanimbla refits. So I've seen the defence side of things. Obviously got quite frustrated with that. I'm a commercial person, not a defence person, unfortunately. But yeah, the infrastructure, we need it in both parts. But back to what you were saying about
Pathways.
the pathways, yeah. So if you can't see it, you can't be it. That's the maritime industry. We see it all the time, but no one can actually point it in the direction. There's a couple of non-for-profits that are getting out there to spread the word to schools of you can go to sea, and these are the pathways to go to sea. And unless you know someone in the industry, or you've lived by the ocean, or you've got parents that have been fishermen or something, that it's a unique kind of skill set to have, and it's something that we as unions need to get better at selling. Because I'll tell you right now, I will sell my daughter and I will go to work at sea so I don't have to talk to anyone in a heartbeat, because the passion for the job and getting out to sea and seeing the horizons and the smell of Singapore Harbour as you're going in, you can smell it before you get to Singapore because it just stinks like a rubbish tip. But everyone knows what Singapore smells like if you're a proper seafarer, which is a little bit sad to say, but yeah, I would be out there to this day if I could. And we need to promote it further. That's something we need to do. We need to get into the primary schools, and we need to promote the maritime industry as a career path, as they do chippies, boilermakers, house builders, all of it. You can be a nurse, but you can also be a nurse at sea. So there's all sorts to do at sea. But yeah, we need to improve the pathways. You're correct.
I'll go to Senator Ormond Payne, and then I'll go to Matt Smith online.
We're hearing recurring themes from witnesses this morning, and it seems to me that we've got, these multiple blockers. We've got a lack of vessels, which then means you've got a lack of spaces, as you said, for people to actually train. Yes. Combine that with a lack of facilities for people to actually train in, so that it's incredibly expensive if people want to train because they've got to relocate to only a couple of locations, and that we also have a lack of infrastructure. And added to that, if I think I'm hearing you correctly, you're also saying that those things also lead to a lack of offshore roles as well, which means there's not a pathway for people who've spent time at sea. It also sounds to me like there's an incredible opportunity here to really expand a workforce and an industry that is vital to not only Northern Australia but us as a nation. So I guess my opening question to you is, where do you think we need to start? Because there's obviously a number of things here that need to happen. What are the couple of key things that this committee needs to recommend to say, how do we actually kick this off to really get it moving?
So the first term of the Albanese government, there was a strategic fleet task force, and they produced recommendations through their work, and that took a couple of years. Implementing those recommendations is how we go about rebuilding our fleet. It's a little bit disjointed because it goes across so many different portfolios. The coordination across the portfolios was really difficult, I would say, over 2025. But I think that's improved with some people being put in place to actually coordinate what's going on across the different portfolios. The question about a training pathway and how do we promote ourselves, there's a part of that in the training and skills portfolio. There's probably education as well in there somewhere. How do we get to open days and those kind of things, or how do we get to school career days and those kind of things? I'm from Melbourne, and if you drive across the Westgate Bridge and you look out the window, you see 15 vessels, and you think Australia's got a vital, and massive maritime industry, but it's not the truth. In the olden days, you could go down and walk onto a boat and get away. And these days you can't because we haven't got the opportunities. So Mr Gosling and his question about a pathway, one of the recommendations from the Strategic Fleet Task Force was greater conversation between the unions that represent maritime workers and the Defence Force. So the Australian Maritime Defence Council was re-established, and there's a union position on that council. The MUA have got that position, and then there's a number of working groups underneath there to do with skills and a few other things, and I'm on a couple of those. I think, as I understand it, people join the Navy and get away to sea, and they only last, I think the average is 2 years, and I think, 4 years you're sort of getting to the length of how long most people stay. Finding some way for that pathway to say you get away with the Navy and the skills you learn somehow can be used in our merchant fleet, and then eventually you might go back to Navy. I think that's something that I'm really interested in trying to talk to the Defence Council, Maritime Defence Council, about how people can move seamlessly between both parts. But implementing the recommendations of the Strategic Fleet Task Force makes so many other things happen. It comes to levies, about training, it's about foreign vessels on our coast and how they contribute to infrastructure. They pay levies, and how do they aids to navigation, but also training opportunities, setting up our fleet and providing all those things as well. And then there's the sovereign capability that the fleet has as well. So it's probably no news to you that we stalk the halls trying to get these recommendations moving and that kind of stuff. Well, I think we're close.
My supplementary question then, I guess, is what is your sense of the pace at which, so you're saying the recommendations are there now.
Yes.
What's your sense of the pace at which that's moving? Does it need to be sped up? Is it going according to what you would expect? So
the government was elected with a commitment to 12 Australian flagged vessels on the coast. That's the strategic fleet. We have hopes that it could be double that number, but let's keep it to 12 and be realistic in the first instance. They have said there will be a pilot program of 3 vessels, and that was announced 24, I think, and we're yet to see one of those vessels on the coast. So that's a real frustration for us, and that's the reason we're stalking the halls and talking to the people in the Department of Transport about where those things are up to. I know it's frustrating for the Minister. It's frustrating for the unions. It's frustrating for Mile. So getting that moving, I think there's a lot of people trying to get it moving, but it's not moving. There's a review of the Coastal Trading Act, Shipping Registration Act. That occurred late 24, and I understand that report is about to be released. That is another one. Once that happens, a lot of dominoes will start to fall into place, I think, if we get some good recommendations and implementation stuff out of the review of that Act. Sorry, and just one more thing. There has been training money made available for berths. The government has provided that money, and we're working with the department to try and funnel that money out to make sure people get so that they are more or less sponsored positions through the government's funding for people on vessels.
So if what I'm hearing is correct, maybe a valuable thing that this committee could do is understand what some of those blockages are in that strategy being rolled out more quickly. And maybe just an observation, I was a secondary school teacher in Gladstone. I think it's really interesting, that piece about education and letting young people know that those jobs are around, because certainly spent a lot of time in secondary school, seeing lots of communication around jobs at the port. Didn't really hear very much at all about actual jobs on boats and for seafaring. So that's a really interesting takeaway for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Almond Payne, can I now go to Matt Smith online? So over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Look, there's been a bit of investment into, particularly around that training space. We've got the Maritime College up here now, which is going pretty well. We've also built the Advanced Manufacturing repair facility, which North Star, which is Austral, Norship and Tropos have access to, which is essentially a giant shed, cyclone proof, that you can put a boat in and strip it back and paint it and do all those kind of things. But the thing that both Jared and Maggie have touched on, and is also what I'm hearing a lot from Austral and Norship, is around that skills component and that work component. With the existing stuff that we have, what message, I guess, should we be trying to take into the schools to encourage people for a life at sea? Because what I've heard from, I guess, Austral and Tropos is that a lot of people, they finish their time at sea, they love boats, they want to be around boats, and so then they come into the maintenance and repair part of things. So there'll be that pipeline for that repairs, manufacturing part afterwards. But what is the key message, I guess, and the takeaway to get people back on boats? And also, you touched on the common user facility for Cairns. There's $180 million of federal money sitting there ready to go. Do you guys have a view on how that should start, whether it's shiplift first, hard stand first, to stage that project out? Because I think that's going to be a massive change for Cairns and the far north in general, because we do need that diversification in the economy. And that kind of such a big project like that will also attract people to the maritime industry.
Maggie, I've hogged the microphone, so I might let you ever go first.
Oh, thanks, Jared, for that. Look, I'm fortunate, and I've done it all. You know, I've worked at sea, I've come ashore, and the thing that we have to remember is when I first went to sea 20 years ago, you could send an email, but you couldn't send photos on the email. So essentially, I'd write a letter to my mum, an email to my mother, and I was only allowed 500 words max because it was a satellite system and it cost money and it was too expensive. Now, my partner's at sea. He calls me every day on Starlink. It's quite annoying that I can talk to him every day. I was hoping I didn't have to talk to him for 5 weeks. Obviously, that's a seafarer in me thing. So it has changed so much that now when you go to sea, you've still got the communications to be able to FaceTime your family, call them at Smoko. With everything that's happening in Iran, and that, I was actually fortunate in my time as a cadet. I was with BP Shipping and I was on an oil tanker, and we were going to the Basra oil terminal in Iraq. And on there, there were Americans stationed. Females weren't allowed on the oil terminal. Didn't get that memo until they tried to stop me going back on board the vessel. Regardless, to have those experiences, the Americans actually had access to the internet, is what I was getting at. We got to check our emails for the first time in 2 months because that's how long it took for us to go from Long Beach in the US over to Basra in Iraq on an oil tanker. So these days, with all the communication available, there's no reason not to be at sea. And cadets now, instead of going away for 5 months at a time, they go away for 4 weeks and then they have 4 weeks off. So getting qualified now is extended because it's a work-life balance these days. And, yeah, so, Jared, anything you want to add?
So just on what do we tell the kids in school, how do we get them interested? I mean, so many people in Australia spend time in the water and the sea. So many people surf, or they've got yachts, or, you know, they've got little tinnies or whatever, and they all love the sea. It's just, how do we get that connection between, you can have a life doing this, you can have a life where it's, you know, as Maggie's just explained, that it becomes a little bit more than just a workplace. It's a totally different way of living your life out there. We've established a youth group which hopefully can mentor people. We get lots of inquiries, cold call, kids just emailing, ringing us saying, how do I get away? What do I need to do? What kind of people do they take? Do I need a university degree to go upstairs on the boat? So we need, you know, the old union way of working, like recruiting, like talking to like. young seafarers talking to young seafarers about what they've experienced and what opportunities they've got, and then mentoring through that process is something that we need to do. For Maggie's union, and I'll put words in Maggie's mouth as the engineers, lots of opportunities for kids that have got trade certificates to get, and it's a shorter period than what they need to become a Master Unlimited in our union, but if you've got a trade certificate, I mean, we're crying out for electro engineers, people that have specialties in electrical systems on these new boats that are hybrid and those kind of things. So there's got to be some way we can get into trade schools to talk to these people as well. But it's how we, and I'm not sure, Mr. Smith, how we actually go and do that. I'm not sure what the magic of the silver bullet is for this stuff. I think lots of people are thinking about this stuff, and there's better people than me about how we appeal to these career days and that kind of thing. But we are trying to re-establish good Australian jobs on our coast for people that can go away and then come back and work ashore. As far as the infrastructure in Cairns, Maggie, can you touch on what Matt asked about that?
Yeah, so I do know that they have dredged part of the river there, Matt, and they've got a larger turning basin. The problem with extending Cairns shipyards is there's lots of mangroves and it's protected, so you're limited now on how much further down the creek you can go, essentially. What we've got, I think up until 2 years ago, we had the largest travel lift. Austral BSE had the largest travel lift in the Southern Hemisphere. So that's something to be proud of. But in regard to, I suppose, infrastructure, obviously, yeah, we need to be able to get the larger vessels in and service further north, because at this stage, nowhere in Northern Australia do we have anything to take large vessels.
Matt, have you got any further questions? Because I've got a couple of questions.
I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Just a quick follow-up on that last thing. Maggie, did you say we've got nowhere in Northern Australia to take a large vessel? Was that outside of Darwin Port? Or? So
I am not 100% sure how big Darwin can take, but we're kind of limited. I think it depends on the width and the length of the vessel. But if you want to get larger vessels out, you'll find that they take them to Brisbane or to Fremantle or WA. So further north than Brisbane, you're a bit out of luck with lifting a large oil tanker out of the water. It's not going to happen.
Lifting it out of the water, right?
Lifting or even docking. Sorry, there's no docks. So you've got in Cairns, we're prone to lifting. Tropos have a dockyard, but again, it's limited in length.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Can I thank you, Member for Solomon? If I could, either Mr. Moran or Ms. Page, just a couple of questions on impediments to workforce. So if we talk about emerging industries and across Northern Australia, workforce is a major issue, and I'm going to specifically go to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce and in communities. What's the pathway that the unions are applying or looking at? And I get engineers and pilots, but in these boats you have deckhands and you have a number of other workers. What pathways besides, I think we had Thomas Mayer and the MUA on previously, but with the three unions, what's that pathway, Mr. Moran, that the unions are working all together to look at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce impediments? That's including legislative requirements with the MSEC card, which a lot of those workers are required to have. What's some of those? You can take some of that on notice if you want, but it'd be good to get your view on some of that.
So as I opened with, we work closely with, so our union works closely with the other two unions, and the other two unions work closely with us. Generally, someone will go away to see, and I'm going to generalise here, as a deckhand. They'll go as a deckhand, they'll go as a young kid, they're on board, they'll work their way up through the hierarchy, and they'll get to a point where they top out, say at the bosun level. So the chief IR, the person who's in charge of all the other deckhands on board. And then they make a decision. Do they go upstairs and do the deck navigation and become part of our union, or go downstairs and do their engineering qualifications and become part of Maggie's union? And that's a generalisation, because some people do fast track and get cadetships and go straight into navigation or in the engine, or they're coming in with trade certificates which are fast tracking them again. But having some cohort in the local area that encourages Indigenous people to take up these jobs is something that we're encouraging the MUA to help us with. Their ability to be able to get to those communities and encourage those communities is far greater than ours. And I know that we get, through the INPEX, we've got an arrangement with INPEX, the three unions, and we get training money. And because of where INPEX is located, we need to try and make sure that there is a cohort of Indigenous trainees coming through with that training money as well. I'm just trying to think of the other elements of your question.
So just looking at, we can frame this in if you want to take some parts of it on notice. We've got the land councils coming on after this. What I'm keen to get from the three unions is, what is that pathway, given when you look right across Northern Australia, a lot of, whether it's land councils, whether it's private enterprise, there's a lot of ranges, and the ability of that pathway to go into this industry, particularly when we look at emerging industries, whether the unions look at that. The second part of it was about the MSEC card, so the maritime, the security.
Yes.
I'm trying to think what the I is. The identification card, and where I've talked to people that do the FIFO in and around the Northern Territory across Northern Australia, we took evidence when we were up at Weipa and some of the other communities that we did in the last term of Parliament. There were men that said, whilst they want to work in this industry, there were some impediments in terms of, applying for that card and some of the issues associated with that. You don't have to answer that now, but we could frame that if either of you want to take parts of that on notice. That would be good.
Yeah.
I've got to renew my MSIC only this month, actually. It comes with a police check, and that's about it. And any second person can get an MSIC card, as they can an ASIC card, so Aviation Maritime Identification Card. I don't see there being a problem with an MSIC card, but in regard to getting First Nations people out to sea, I've seen it firsthand that First Nations people like being at home, and this is a beautiful thing about Sea-Swift, is they've got all the vessels in the north that they can come home every second night almost. If you're working on a Sea-Swift vessel, you can get the training, whether you start, as Jared said, on the deck or in the engine room and on the bridge, that there are opportunities always available for them. But I also know a lot don't want to leave home too far. So this is where Sea-Swift come in, and they're a wonderful community for that.
Thank you.
Just add, I might take a bit of a different tack on the MSIC. The whole thing needs an overhaul. It's all a bit of a joke, to be honest. I mean, we've got so many foreign seafarers that come into Australia that don't require an MSIC. So the MSIC is, sort of sprung up after 9/11 to say that certain parts of a wharf you can go unescorted if you've got an MSIC card. If we're trying to encourage people to be part of our maritime industry and then discouraging them because of, you know, whatever they're holding up these MSICs for, it's a bit ridiculous in my view. So let's have secure walls and those important things, but let's find some way of making the MSIC a little bit different to how it's done at the moment and not discourage people. When at the same time we're allowing foreigners free access to our wall. And I'm not, you know, I'm not being racist or anything when it comes to that stuff, but we allow a whole different lot of seafarers to have free access up and down the wharf, but Australians, we say that you need to, you know, go to the government and get a special pass.
So, Mr Moran, with that, and maybe we might, I'll put some of this in and get the Secretariat to send that question on notice. It would be good to get what percentage of the workforce across Northern Australia, you know, working on, you know, our boats or our foreign workers that have come in or on ships versus Australian work. That would be good to get that from you, if that's all right.
Yeah. So that'd be all in the Strategic Fleet Task Force review, but I'm happy to provide all that information.
And that's where you were saying some of the recommendations.
The recommendations are all there as well, and all the background's there. But I'm happy to provide that rather than you go looking for it. I'm happy to provide that. We've got all that because, as I said, 99% of our trade's by sea, and we've got 10 trading vessels. So the vast majority of seafarers on our coast trading, are foreigners.
Okay. That'd be good to get that information, and we might follow you up with that in terms of a further hearing, if that's all right, Mr Moran. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Member for Solomon, Senator Allman-Payne, is that right? Okay. Look, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard script, and I'll work with the Secretariat to try and get some of those questions in a better format. But thank you for agreeing to take that information on notice, and thank you for your evidence, Ms Page, before the committee today. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I want to do a quick suspension to just out the...
I notice that we've got Northern Land Council and Tiwi Land Council online. We're just going to do a quick suspension, a couple of minutes, if that's okay, and then we'll come straight into both of your evidence. Thank you. Is that right? Is that right? I now welcome representatives of the Tiwi Land Council via video conference and the Northern Land Council also via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? So take a pick. Which Land Council is going to go first? Matty?
Yeah, Matthew Ryan, Northern Land Council.
Tiwi Land Council.
Legal Practice Manager at Northern Land Council. And Paul Chantrell, General Manager, Northern Land Council, Land and Law.
Thank you, NLC. Tiwi Land Council.
Yep, so in the room here, Brenton Toy, Manager of Policy and Advocacy. We've just got a late apology from our Mount Doobie trustee, excuse me, Wesley Caranau. He came in, but he's feeling unwell and he's had to go to the clinic. So he's just an apology now, and I'll let Murray introduce himself.
Murray Nibbett, Manager of Land Use and Operations, Tiwi Land Council.
Thank you both. And we have Matt Smith, our MP, the member for Leichhardt is online as well. So I now invite you one by one to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So Matt, yep.
Members, look, Matthew Ryan, Northern Land Council Chair. Look, good morning all. The budgeting of critical corridor for food, fuel, medicine, much more across the top end. The management of these budgeting, however, is for goods community, essential goods and critical supplies.
Matty, can I just, sorry, yep. Matty, can I get you, I'm not sure whether it's the, you're coming through pretty gargled and we can't get a clear sound on your speech. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, dear. Yeah, that's better.
We've been having technical issues here still. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Awesome. Let me start again, members. My apologies for the technical stuff. Look, Matthew Ryan, Northern Land Council Chair, budgeting a critical corridor for food and fuel, medicine, much more across the top end. Management of these budgeting, however, of the poor puts in poor food community access to essential goods, critical supplies, such as medicines as at risk. In 2005, the issue was highlighted in one of the territory's largest community, Aboriginal communities, Wadeye. The private freight operator pulled out. This meant the barge stopped running, creating fees in the remote communities. There would be food, medicine shortages. This demonstrates how dependent the remote communities are on the single business to keep people fed when road access is an option. We are calling on the Northern Territory Government to take responsibility for the barge landing network across the top end. The government must make sure these barge landing are operational all year long. People's lives depend on it. I look forward to further discussion with the government on this important issue.
Thank you. And Tiwi Land Council?
And happy to table Wesley's full statement, but if I can summarise on his behalf, we're calling in from Mundipi country here on Bathurst Island, myself and Murray. We pay our respects to all of our elders at Tiwi and the lands that you've all come from and our counterparts at the NLC as well. Just want to thank everybody for the opportunity for being here. We've got a history with the Land Council in terms of our elders and our founding members and their interest in economic development and an independent Tiwi economy. Our submission described Tiwi people's vision around forestry, port operations, tourism, carbon programs, and they're all examples of industries that have been established on the islands. I guess what at the heart of it all is we talked about the challenges to that vision, particularly around the state of essential infrastructure, roads, barge landings, waste management facilities, etc. And those things are critical for doing the day-to-day business on the Tiwi Islands. And again, we'll leave it at that, and happy to, again, like NLC, go into further discussion around barge landings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. I'll now open the session to questions from members of the committee. Mr. Smith, Matt, do you have any questions you'd like to ask either land councils?
Obviously, it's not completely cultural or one-to-one, but there are obviously similar issues between Tiwi Islands and the Torres Strait Islands in terms of access and then improving opportunities for jobs and that kind of thing, particularly in the maritime industry. Has there been any work done up there in terms of developing culturally appropriate training methodologies that can be then passed out to places like C-Swift and things of that nature to really encourage mob to get involved in the maritime industry and take ownership of the delivery of food and that kind of thing?
Yeah, go on.
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Brenton Toy, Manager, Policy and Advocacy, Tiwi Land Council. Thank you for the question. There are a number of different providers that are doing different pieces of work around cultural competency with organisations, but nothing explicitly around the drive to engage more Tiwi people into the maritime industry. It's kind of a general, we need to improve the cultural competency of all organisations so that Tiwi people want to come and work for them. So we've got a couple of local organisations that do that. Through our work with the Tiwi Leaders Forum, we're working with those organisations that deliver those services and highlighting to them the importance of the cultural competency in relation to the attraction, retention and development of Tiwi staff. So nothing specifically around maritime industry other than the pieces of work that are going around building cultural competency of all organisations on the island.
Yeah. Northern Land Council?
Yeah, look, same. Look, just none whatsoever. To be straight to the point. Look, it's disappointing to hear. Committee or members, sorry, I should say. Look, I live in a remote community where, former mayor also work in the community. The disadvantage and the hardship, and that the barge companies are just taking monopoly within the communities. The infrastructure is inadequate. Being a former mayor back in the day, of the barge landing, there's no storage facility in the communities. And yet they continue to deliver services inadequately. Water, for instance, they're still suffering as we speak. And all our communities need something better. Something better that will deliver food and other essential goods in our communities. As we speak, wet season is a big hurdle for us, 6 months at a time. That's right across, even the Tiwi Islands. But for remote communities where we normally drive to communities, we don't have that luxury. Unfortunately, the barge is the only way it means. And it's appalling. We want to see the federal and the Northern Territory government to step up here to put better, adequate services for our communities.
Okay. Senator Whittaker.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here with us today. One of the things that really stood out to me in your submission was talking about power and energy on Tiwi Islands and the importance of delivering real community benefit in that work. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit more to why a transition to a predominantly solar-based power system is important for the communities in the Tiwi Islands, and why a community-owned renewable energy project is something you're interested in.
Thank you for your question. Brenton Toy, Manager Policy and Advocacy. Just in terms of the initial benefits, the cost of transporting diesel and running diesel generators on the island is a lot, and so by transitioning to a renewable, more sustainable energy, those costs in terms of the actual transporting of the diesel would be reduced and would see a reduction in energy production costs over time. So that's probably one lever. The other one is the environment and the reduction of emissions. And to give a really practical example, we've got a diesel generator in a town called Milakarpiti that is like smack bang straight across from the shop, across from houses. There's this constant sort of grinding, whining all night, and there's this hum that goes through. And so there's a finance perspective, there's an environmental perspective. In terms of Tiwi people taking control, as I said, sort of in summarising the opening statement, there's always been a vision for economic independence of Tiwi and a less of a reliance on government. And so our Tiwi people now are also looking at how they utilise their land use funds and reinvesting that into economic development opportunities that create employment options for Tiwi people. So there's a finance element, there's a environmental element, but there's also the economic development and job creation, and I guess giving Tiwi people a sense of purpose and self-worth, and knowing that we're able to do these things on our own. In saying that, we know that there's a bit of work that we need to do in terms of partnering with different organisations while we build our capability and as we transition to some form of independence.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the barriers that stand in the way of a transition to renewable energy on the Tiwi Islands?
Thank you again for the question. I think for us, it's a little bit of it's the unknown. And so there's a lot of learning that we need to go and undertake from different places where it has been rolled out. Again, we don't want to jump into anything too early that we're not ready for. So I think that's a smart thing to do, is to take our time, make sure that we've got the approach right. So I think there's an element of just treading with a bit of caution, and not that that's a barrier, but it just sort of takes us a few slower steps. I guess the knowledge and understanding of how it all works, where the funding partners and the levers come from, who do we need to bring in as partners. I think another, I won't say it's a barrier, but it's a challenge for us, is building our Tiwi capability and ensuring that we've got a skilled Tiwi workforce, and that we're able to manage our affairs ourselves as well. And so there's an element of making sure that we're ready for that as well. And then I think we sort of get down to some of the practical elements of how will it work, who's going to fund it, do we need support from NT government? Is it through the clean energy strategy? Who do we need to bring to the table? And then it's a matter of, I guess, bringing that plan together and then ensuring that we've got the collective resources to be able to deliver on it, and not sell ourselves short again. And so I guess to summarise that, it's about, to put it in simple terms, we want to measure, twice and cut once. We don't want to get this wrong. Yeah.
Yep. Does Northern Land Council have anything to add?
Probably not about renewable energy on barge landing specifically, but if I could make a couple of observations about things that are going on in the NLC's region, I suppose we're definitely seeing an uptick in terms of renewable energy projects
that are proposed for the top end, and we're seeing a lot of positive developments, I suppose, in that sector. So last year there was obviously the releases we put out about the reaching of an ILUA with Sun Cable for their generation site down near Elliott. And then in addition to that, there's also been some developments with microgrids around Borroloola, like traditional owner controlled microgrids around Borroloola. So, we're certainly seeing, companies coming in, opportunities presenting themselves to traditional owners and Aboriginal people in the territory, and those opportunities being taken up.
Thank you. Senator Ullman, have you got any more? Senator Whittaker?
No, but I think someone just put their hand up on the screen.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. The chair, Chair, Maddie.
Thank you. Thank you, Committee. Look, again, probably just to add towards the Land Council, better funding for the range of groups right across, even for infrastructure. Not just a job, we need infrastructure, especially in the remote communities. We're trying to empower our remote communities in terms of jobs and in infrastructure. And also, it would be great, committees, instead of talking to us directly here, please come to our communities that are really, really disadvantaged. It'd be very good to listen firsthand of the disadvantage of food security, the lack of infrastructure, the cost of living. Fuel price have gone skyrocketing. It's about $3 per litre. It's just ridiculous. Our people are most disadvantaged. Please, not just here, go to our remote communities. We can help you facilitate the meetings. We're quite happy to. Please take that on. Take that advice from us. We're quite happy to help you or assist you.
We are. Thank you, Chair Ryan. The committee is about to embark on a lot of visits to some of the remote communities to have a look at some of this infrastructure, and I'll just hand Senator Ullman Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to both of your organisations for your submissions and your recommendations. I've just been reviewing them again, and there's clear commonalities between both of them. You both talk about the need for improved marine infrastructure, but also the inland connectivity as well, so that can link into communities. I guess one of my questions is around, if I go to the Northern Land Council submission, you talk about the fact that a lot of the food security, for example, is reliant on volatile single operator, single provider commercial arrangements, and you give an example of where one of those fell over, that had really severe ramifications for communities. And you talk about the need for publicly supported infrastructure frameworks. I guess what I'm interested to know is there any work being done at the moment to progress that, or are you looking to the committee, I guess, to make a recommendation to really kick off that process so that can be looked at?
Look, as the Chair, thank you. I think the committee should do something here. Look, we've done talking, we've done working with the relevant government. I think now is the time. I think the committee should push this right through, because we'll never get listened to as the Land Council. We've written to them many occasions where the facilities are inadequate, are dangerous. It would be great if the committee would follow this through or chase it up for us. Would be great for all our communities.
And I know. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Add on the end of our chair's comments there. Sort of going to your question, we would like to see an expanded role for government in providing some minimum service guarantees for remote marine infrastructure and remote marine services. Our submission talks to the sort of volatility and the risks associated with having one operator, which is much the case in many of these communities, and there not necessarily being a large enough market for many other operators, and then the communities being subjected to the sort of the market power that one operator does provide on a number of key essential services. And, as our chairs made the comments throughout the hearing today, it has an effect on food prices, it has an effect on the medicine prices, it has an effect on the outcomes that we see in remote communities more generally.
And Just to add that to the committee, there's letters after letters been written to the government by certain communities in terms of the barge operator. The barge operator are reluctant to, have some sort of agreement so that it reduces the food freight. And they've been, once you got someone, a monopoly around the communities, they can dictate to the terms and the conditions. It's appalling behaviour by C-SWIFT. It's appalling. We've tried many times, but there seems to be the big brothers right across the Arnhem, and which is disappointing. These people should be brought to justice. We talk of the food security itself, it's not even happening.
Which raises really important equity considerations, doesn't it? Because if that was happening in any of our our main centres, people would be in uproar, and yet regional and remote communities are experiencing this on a regular basis. So it really is an urgent issue. I might just ask whether Tiwi Land Council has anything to add on that question.
Sorry, I was just caught up. Do you mind repeating the question?
I guess I was noting that the commonalities between the submissions from both of your organisations talked about the need for significant public investment and guarantees, I guess, in both marine and connectivity infrastructure to guarantee food security, in particular for your communities. And the question that I asked was, has there been any work done, or has progress on that been started, or are you looking to the committee to make strong recommendations in regard to that to try and get that moving?
Yep, perfect. Thank you, and thank you for repeating the question for us. I might just get Murray Nivet, our Manager for Land Use and Operations, to give a bit of context around our barge landings and the connected infrastructure. Before he does that, outside of food security, like the barge landings for us present an issue. With our islands are a couple of 100 metres apart. We travel between the two. There's a safety issue with people just getting between the two islands and travelling around. I know that's outside of the food security stuff, but there's just general daily lifestyle things that are impacted for Tiwi people in the absence of having quality infrastructure there. But I'll hand over to Murray to talk about our broader issues around barge landings, transfer facilities, waste management, and the connected infrastructure. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Wexford. Yeah, so Murray Nivet, Manager of Land Use and Operations. So, great question. The barge landings on the islands are varied. So we can have anything. The biggest community, Warramianga, has a beach. That's the barge landing. Right through to concrete barge landings in various different states of repair. The connecting roads to those barge landings are generally in poor condition, which makes things difficult for developing industries to get anything to the islands and to undertake any sort of business. One of the other issues that we have is the volume of materials that come to the islands for industry, for food, and the associated waste that's generated. So in our submission, we flagged the concept of facilities to receive freight and to also facilitate the handling of resource recovery materials, circular economy, getting stuff back on the barge, which again is dependent on the barge service being cooperative and wanting to work with us. But it's kind of critical to not just keep bringing stuff to the islands and tipping it in a hole. It needs to be recovered and sent back to where it came from. So those things are really important for Tiwi. And then the major roads, obviously we acknowledge that the government has spent a lot of money recently on the Tiwi Islands, but the current funding, I think, has about 2 years before that expires, and that's the cost to build roads on the islands, bitumen roads, is over $2 million per kilometre. And so I think the latest estimate was something like 300 million required to continue to finish off the connecting roads on just Melville Island between the barge landings to support industry. So there's huge challenges, and I think we just need to improve the infrastructure at those barge landings and as well as the connecting roads.
So just that's really helpful. And but to go to the nub of my question, I guess, is there any progress being made in relation to those particular issues highlighted in your submission, or are you looking to this committee to really give strong recommendations to actually get that happening?
Yeah, thank you. Brenton Toy, Manager Policy and Advocacy. Absolutely. I think that's kind of the reason why we put it in the submission and highlighted it, because not that we're running into dead ends, we're getting to that point where we're working with local government, NT government, like where do we go to? And so absolutely, that's what we're asking the committee to do, is to really, I guess, bring their support and try and drive some action out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. And have I got time for one more question,
One more
Chair?
question, and then I've got a series of questions.
Okay.
But, yeah, Senator Allman-Payne.
I guess I note certainly that in at least one of your submissions, and I apologise if I've missed it in the other, there's a reference to climate and the impacts of climate on infrastructure. Maybe just if you could briefly give an indication of just how significant climate impacts are at this point in time on infrastructure and yeah.
I think that was our submission, and it sets it out there, and I'll just briefly run through the sort of view that the Land Council has on the impact of climate change on our food security in our region. We expect to have issues in terms of, shortened delivery windows during extreme weather events. And I note that the catchment region and our constituents and staff at the moment are in a flood watch area, and that's about the third or fourth sort of warding that's been put across our region over the last 6 months or so. Obviously, the Darwin area and then the Tiwis as well experienced Cyclone Fina. We've got floods now here. There were flooding in Bullaroola. I think there's a load hanging around as well off the coast of the Gulf of Carpentaria. So there's obviously we're definitely seeing an uptick in extreme weather events there. Mm-hmm. That also causes increased risk of road washouts, which again impacts food security when the two available avenues of transporting food into a remote community are road and barge, and we talked about the issues with barges, and when the roads are washed out, it makes it really difficult to sort of move food around, especially out towards the outstations where a number of our constituents live. This can have knock-on effects with freight delays and cold chain storage and those sorts of effects as well. So we're certainly conscious of it. Our council's certainly conscious of it, and we are always sort of living these events now on a semi-regular basis. I'll just see if the chair was anything to that.
Yeah, look, thank you, committee. Look, members, again, just to reiterate what Dom said, it's not just a 100-year event. It's a regular event. Mm-hmm. Community called Nichboro got wiped out nearly probably 3 or 4 times, I think, and then we still build on the same spot. Yeah. Why we haven't been building on the top, and which the community have been asking. Even the Telstra situation, the communication level, it's inadequate. It's poor. And look, again, we want to reiterate some of the communities should be having better facilities, better cyclone shelters in the communities. Yeah. Some of them communities that I've visited, especially in Nichboro, where it's just a hay shed, no proper toilet facility. It's got a big, wide open door, and can't even have members of the family sleeping in one room. Mm. And rain can literally come right through the building. And it's so inadequate. We've been ignored after ignored. Even the traditional owners have been raising their concerns. We still haven't been listened to. And that's why we come to you as a committee. Please, we need some sort of reassurance, let's get something done for our people. And it'll cost less if we have better facilities. I don't know remote communities, Taylor River, Bullaroola, Nichboro, and other communities continue to suffer of these events. And we've said from day one, we need better facilities. Bullaroola have one as we speak, but we need more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can I add another aspect to climate change issue is rising sea levels, which is particularly important for coastal areas, but it's also important in the context of severe events, weather events, that tidal surges that accompany largest cyclones really impact in Northern Australia much more than they do in the southern part. So it relates to the sustainability of investments in infrastructure as well. They need to be resilient and be mindful of the changes in the climatic conditions that are around.
Yeah, no, look.
Thank you, and I'm conscious of time, so I'll hand
Thank
back to
you,
you, Chair.
Senator Allman-Payne, and I'm just having it because we've just got our next lot of witnesses appearing soon. Maddie, as the Chair of Northern Land Council and also Brenton, I do have a number of questions, but it might be probably for time, and I'm because we've got our next lot of. But just quickly, I want to thank NLC and Tiwi Land Council for your submissions. I think they've been they are quite comprehensive, and there's a number of things. Manny, I just want to go to the heart of with the NLC submission. You talk about a structured head lease, which warrants consideration. Now we know right across both NLC, Tiwi Land Council, and Diliaqua, that coast and the intertidal zone through the Blue Mud Bay. What process has Land Councils applied? I noticed also in your submissions, you're saying that it's been difficult to get head leases from the Northern Territory Government. What have been some of those impediments to getting governments to come to the table? I get the Commonwealth Government, but what's the impediment given that the Northern Territory Government you're saying in your submission, would take the head lease, which would mean the ownership of those barge landings or the servicing and responsibility of those of those barge landings. What is the impediment to getting the head leases in place or the negotiations for head leases between Northern Land Council and the Northern Territory Government?
I might take that one, Chair. To start with, I might start with like a good news story, I suppose, which is the Territory's sort of coming back to the table with the NLC, and we're trying to resolve this issue of across about 9 barge landings that currently exist on Aboriginal land and work through. Where
are those barge landings, Mr Gomez?
May I take that one on notice?
Can you? Okay, so we take that question on notice. Where those? So you said there were 9 barge landings that are being negotiated between yourself and the Northern Territory Government. Can you please provide information to the committee? It'd be good to also get information as to what the current status of that information, where it's at.
Yeah, I can probably just answer that one today here. So the long-standing issue has been you have essentially private operators who come in who are also seeking to use those facilities, that they're maintained by the Territory Government and they're on land that's vested in land trusts held for the benefit of traditional Aboriginal owners, and sort of navigating those sort of 3 interests in the area, if you'd like. The Land Council's position has been, we'd like to see a situation where the Territory assumes the responsibility for the barge landing itself, the upkeep of the infrastructure associated there, coordinates and negotiates the leases with, the licenses that would then be in effect with the operators, and then provides a benefit based on the operator's use to the traditional owners for the impediments associated with the use of their land in that way. But it's taken some time to sort of work through the issues that arise in that with the Territory and get to sort of a comprehensive agreement. But like I said at the beginning of my answer to this question, the Territory have recently sort of come back to us and said that they want to sort of reopen these negotiations, and they're progressing at the moment. So it is there's positive steps being made in the right direction, I would say. Okay,
and Tiwi Land Council, Brenton?
Murray, I might just get Murray to answer around the leases and the head leasing,
Yeah, thank you. So all of our barge landings currently are either within the head lease of the township leases with OTL or within private leases, with the exception of Paru, which is rarely used, but I guess it's where Paru Road terminates, where the ferry takes people across to the other side to Bathurst Island.
So, Murray, in terms of, so you're saying, so the Garden Point barge landing or at Garden Point is within the township lease, so that the OTL's lease goes into, so that lease covers, the township lease covers the Garden Point barge landing, the same with Millicarpity. Down near Tiwi College or down, you know, that Yimpanari, down that bottom part of the island where the forestry. So is there a barge landing down there? The college doesn't have a barge landing?
No.
Okay. Going across to Wirramiunga or to Bathurst Island. So the barge landing or the landing at Bathurst is OTL. And then at Rainkou.
That's within the township lease as well.
So at Rainkou, okay.
Sorry, Chair, I've got the barge landings here in front of me now. They're in the Northern Land Council region. They are in Maningrida, Milingimbi, Gapawiyak, Wadare, Minjalang, Numbulwar, Galawinku, Warrawee and Ramingining.
Okay. And can you, Mr Gomez or Maddie as the Chair, whether Northern Land Council could still take some of that question on notice in terms of where the details of the negotiations are up to with the Northern Territory Government and just what some of those impediments to future negotiations. So I suppose you mentioned Niprita in Gregory National Park, Maddie, so you've got the VRD, which is in a park area, but some of it on land trust land, so that'd be good to, but also talks about pastoral lease, so how does the pastoral lease intersect with some of this in terms of cyclonic issues of the community, relocating that community?
Chair, look, we spoke to the traditional owners a couple of years back. I think the traditional owners and the pastoralists are talking together in terms of where they can relocate the community. And they're quite happy, I think, that negotiation with the pastoralists and the Northern Territory Government in terms of the relocation. Even with the Telstra situation, I mean, it's appalling.
Yeah.
You know the community.
Yep.
Also.
Okay. One of the things, just for both land councils, we've been talking about today, and I've looked at both of your submissions. One of the things that I think it's clear, and it'd be good to, we'll put this in writing to both land councils, but looking at the Productivity Commission to have a look at, particularly if we talk about food security, if barge landing, if our main access into these communities become problematic, then, food security and just livability of some of these communities become a major issue. So we'll send, if you're both happy to take questions on notice, we'll get those questions to both land councils if you're happy to take that on. But I do thank you both for appearing before the committee. I'm sorry to rush this towards the end, but you both have provided a comprehensive submission. There are some questions that come out of that. We don't have time, but this is the first start of it, so we'll come back to you and send. If you're happy to take questions on notice, I thank you for giving and appearing today and giving your evidence. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice will be provided to you within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. And once you get the questions on notice, there's a requirement to provide that back within 2 weeks. So thank you both for appearing.
Thank you. Thank you. And just to the committee, want to reiterate the invitation to come and visit the islands.
Oh, I'll do anything to come home, Brenton.
Hey, Oswald too.
Yeah, no, we note that, and the committee is not adverse. I think senators and all members of the committee are particularly keen to get out and start having a look at some of this, because it's an important inquiry. We know that barge landings, and we talk about emerging industries, is an important thing to come and have a look at. So we're looking forward to coming out. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I remember our last
Thank you.
They were doing cool things at the school on Tiwi Islands.
Yes.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'd love to go.
Okay.
We're good to go.
We're good to go.
I'm struggling to have questions for the next two witnesses, so I'm hoping you do.
So I think Senator McDonald might have some for the next. So I now welcome representatives of Cotton Australia via teleconference, or video conference I should say, and the Forestry Industry Association via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Simone Cameron. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Simone Cameron, Northern Australia Manager for Cotton Australia.
And Michael Murray, Cotton Australia General Manager.
Thank you. And the Forestry Industry?
Frank Miller, President of the Forestry Industry Association of the Northern Territory.
Thank you. And in the room we have various senators and MPs, but Matt Smith, who's our MP, member for Leichhardt, is online, and the rest of us are in the committee room. I now invite members, or who's going to do the opening statement
How you going,
from
Frank?
Cotton Australia. So,
Chair, that's my position today.
Okay.
I have our General Manager Michael here to support should there be questions.
Yep.
Afterwards. So
Ms. Cameron.
thank you. Yep, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's an absolute privilege to be representing Cotton Australia as their inaugural manager for northern parts of Australia, as we see the emergence of cotton across the northern parts. The organisation represents over 1,500 farms and is expanding into our northern parts of Australia, and we see the significant long-term opportunity for cotton as an emerging northern industry, and that is the reason behind putting forward our submission a couple of weeks ago. We have seen that the cotton industry up here in the north does fit very well into the emerging broadacre cropping industry and into the diversification of pastoral estates as those entities look to de-risk themselves from one stream entities such as livestock industry. So the cotton itself as a food and a fibre fits very well into that. So the submission provided made recommendations to several of the terms of reference under the Joint Standing Committee's entity for today.
thank you, Ms. Cameron. Mr. Frank Miller from the Forestry Association, do you wish to make a short opening statement?
Yes, likewise, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to present opportunities and I guess suggestions to the committee to not only provide new opportunities for forestry as an industry in the north, but also safeguard the existing investment and efforts that have gone into the industry over the last a couple of decades. There's enormous synergies with the objectives of the committee and this hearing with what the industry can provide, and looking forward to fielding any questions to add some more colour in addition to our submission. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I will now invite members of the committee if you've got any questions. Mr. Matt Smith, have you got any questions, or would you like me to go to other members sitting here?
I guess I've got one sort of primarily around cotton. Reading your submission, particularly working in the far north, we are prone to flood events, things of that nature. I'm not a cotton expert, but my understanding is cotton cropping doesn't do particularly well when things get pretty soggy. Has there been any thought about what the cotton industry might look like further north if climate change going the way it does tends to increase our rain events or the severity of our rain events? We're experiencing one at the moment, and what that might look like for the industry.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for the question. And actually, as I speak, I'm a regional resident of Katherine region, and we are on a
flood alert,
evacuation flood emergency watch at the moment, and the only way in and out of my property would be by a helicopter. So it's a great question to ask. The industry is very aware of the extremes in the climatic variabilities that we experience up here in the northern parts of Australia, and the potential for broadacre cropping systems to harness in on our rain-fed system. So in other words, when the cotton is only growing during our wet season months. So at the moment we have cotton planted both in the Northern Territory, over in the Ord and across into far north Queensland. And so there is a very robust, rigorous program around when the cotton can and can't be grown. So, for example, there is no cotton being planted during the dry season months, as there is a defined window, and that window currently for the Northern Territory, for example, is the commencement of December and runs for 8 weeks. So after that 8-week period is completed, there is no cotton that's grown there. A lot of the soils that we're finding the cotton grown on, particularly in the top end of the Northern Territory, are on our free draining soils. So whilst there is an obscene amount of water floating around our system this wet season, the cotton tends to cope quite well with that, and also, tends to bounce back once the sunshine does come out. And I would like to think that sunshine's not too far away. In the heavier soils, we have a method that has been utilised by the whole entire industry, where we create beds within the cotton paddock, and the plants sit up on these beds, which helps to alleviate any waterlogging issues. So yes, it doesn't like growing like rice, but it's pretty robust, so it can handle these conditions.
That's cool. The other thing I noticed, you identified some challenges around employing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians. What are the pathways for, because it specifically talked about physically demanding agricultural roles, are there specific pathways for people to get back of house into the admin fields, management, that kind of thing?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The cotton industry prides themselves currently under the ABARES registration census. 6.9% of the people who work in the Australian cotton industry identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, which is significantly above other agricultural industries and other industries across Australia. So that's a really positive outlook for us, and we have been working for numerous amount of time on making sure that we continue that trajectory with that percentage involved in the industry. We are closely aligned with the NFF task force that's being facilitated by Skills Inside Australia into developing the ag trade apprenticeship, and we see that as having a place, particularly within our First Nations people, to enable that to happen. And there are constant engagement pieces that I know personally I do up here in the northern parts of Australia with Indigenous organisations and corporations to help really build that awareness and understanding and fostering around how we can help to enable pathways into employment.
Thank you very much. Not to leave you out, Frank, but I'm going to leave Northern Territory questions to Northern Territory people. But yeah, thank you for that, Simone. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Member for Solomon.
Matty, have you got any cotton picking going on up in FNQ, mate?
Yeah, there's a little bit up the Tablelands Way and a little bit south of Cairns. It's not a huge industry up here yet, but there's probably potential, particularly with sugar becoming less and less economically viable.
Roger?
And you have those nice heavy soils too, Matt. Sorry to interrupt.
Indeed. Everything's better in far north Queensland, Luke.
That is absolutely true.
Excuse me.
Hang on.
Hey, who's asking the questions here?
Come on, quick.
Sorry, Frank. Frank, could you just give us a quick rundown on where the opportunities are? Unfortunately, I wasn't here for the Tiwi Land Council evidence. I'm not sure if they went into what's happening over there with forestry, but mate, there's a lot of talk down here about the low carbon liquid fuels, sustainable aviation fuel, and the need for, if you can get your production close to feedstock. Is that sort of covered by your association? So 2 questions. Where are the real opportunities, as in the type of tree plant? And then secondly, the sustainable aviation low carbon fuel piece, please, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. There's actually. I'll start off with. What the here and now opportunities are. So we've currently got a bauxite mine operation in Nhulunbuy that's winding up after 60 years of operation. And there continues to be a lot of discussion around the opportunity that piece of land presents for the local community. The miners have an obligation to rehabilitate that site under the mine management plan. And there currently is a friction between the ability to comply with the mine management plan and the opportunity that exists for traditional owners to access that land to plant in, commercially viable species and manage those species for long-term, not only timber values, but also all the ancillary benefits that a forest can provide, and that includes carbon, it includes biofuels and the byproducts that come from harvest operations. And obviously all the training, employment, and other social benefits. So one of the in our submission we focused on there is a need to unshackle the rigidity of the mining companies complying with mine management plans and ensuring that there is adequate access to that land for traditional owners and for forest managers to assist them in being able to plant those areas out and use that area for what they want to use. So an example at the moment is that we've had long-standing discussions with Gulmaj Corporation to plant a trial plot there of native species. So this would be Darwin stringy bark. It's tried and tested in relation to its timber properties and has been long used in housing in the region. Matt, you'd be familiar with Darwin stringy bark being accessed by the Wik people in the Weipa region as well. It's a great species. From a commercial perspective, there is need to do genetic improvement, and so this is a bit of a longer runway. But one of the mechanisms that we've put in our submission is to have some sort of carbon incentive to ensure that not only is there, administrative ease in being able to access that land, but also make it more attractive for not only local communities to invest in the plantation, but also potentially institutional investors or other private investors to come in side by side to add resilience to that type of land management or production system. So really carbon needs to play a solid role in being able to add value there, and we've seen that. And I guess I'll just transition now to the Tiwi Islands. We've just seen that with the announcement of a 30,000 hectare replanting of the plantation that was established there in the late 90s. Obviously, for those who don't know, there was a 30,000 hectare plantation established on the Tiwi Islands of Acacia mangium, primarily for pulp. That is now transitioning to a higher value eucalyptus pellida, or red mahogany, as it's commonly known. It's an Australian native, and it is also geared on the ability to generate Australian carbon credit units, and then in the long term create fibre and solid wood products for the rotation. And that's now underway, and from recent reports, there's 30% of the people employed in that project are local traditional owners.
Just some very quick fire ones. What makes the Darwin stringy bark the most commercially viable for the Gulmach, but red mahogany is the more commercially viable option for the Tiwis? Is it enough land, the mine land that requires rehabilitation outside of Gove? Is that enough land if they decided to go that way? And I imagine they might be receiving proposals around, putting solar farms there and all sorts of things, options they're going to have. What makes the Darwin stringy bark more commercially viable?
There's a balancing act here between commercial viability and species preference for traditional owners. There's been a lot of conversation around what other species could successfully grow in that area. And because of the nuance of rainfall, soil type, and obviously the changed environment of an ex-bauxite mine where you've got 1 or 2 metres of iron ore that's been stripped off the land and then topsoil re-spread. Right. And we've got evidence of Darwin stringy bark being able to survive, not only just survive but thrive under those altered conditions. And Darwin stringy bark additionally is well known for cultural uses in bark paintings and other uses. So there's been a strong preference for the local people to use that. And as a forester, I don't see any major impediments, provided that there's investment in genetic improvement, because it's an undomesticated species, and so therefore selection and I guess traits need to be selected to make it commercially sound as far as form and growth rates are concerned.
Just one quick supplementary before we go to someone else. So what's the flash to bang for the Darwin stringy bark from planting to harvesting in years, when they'll get the return? Carbon credits aside, which is obviously, hopefully, as I understand it, we're getting close to the methodology being announced. Everyone's eagerly awaiting that. But as far as the harvesting goes, how many years?
That's a challenging question to answer without a long-term study, but I'd suggest that with the production, rainfall and soil types of that area, you'd expect to get a commercial product off that land between 30 and 40 years. Now, in commercial terms, that is at probably the upper end of what you'd want as a rotation length, but in the absence of alternative land uses, as I said, the ability to generate carbon, long-term employment, the ability to supply timber for housing and other applications to the local community. I think that with all those things factored in, and then there's obviously this other thing that hangs over us at the moment called biodiversity credits and other natural capital elements that could be monetised in time as well.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you both. I am, like you all, passionate about genuinely developing generational opportunities in Northern Australia. I think the expertise of both the cotton industry and the timber industry are well established, and I'll come back to that. What I do want to ask you about, though, is in order to monetise these projects, I assume that you need good export arrangements, and Ms Cameron, I'll come to you in a second. If I could start with you, Mr Miller, could I just understand a little bit more, because you did talk about the opportunity for stringy bark in home construction or, regional use, domestic use. What about export potential? What are you looking at there?
Thanks, Senator. As far as the export potential, there is constant demand for both log and fibre from Asian markets. Now, there's recent studies suggest that China is now transitioning to a domestically driven supply. So not only importing products for value adding and then exporting to other jurisdictions, but primarily for internal supply. Now, in the event that there is excess timber, I guess there's two options for Northern Australian timber. One is to domestically supply into our housing market, which at the moment has a fairly substantial import deficit. We import far more timber than what is consumed here in Australia, so there is domestic opportunities. However, with the positioning of, let's say, East Arnhem, for example, with adequate port facilities and log loading, and probably given that there's an existing port there at the moment, access to Indonesia, China, Vietnam, and other timber processing hubs would be a possibility, certainly.
All right. What I am really worried about for opportunities for our Northern Australia industries is not the expertise of the primary producer, timber, cotton, others, is the costs that you incur to export your products, that whether or not you'll remain competitive when you get to the export market. And so what I want to talk to you about is what information you have on how serious the ports that you're dealing with are about genuinely facilitating trade, or are they, like so many of the privatised ports, be more interested in being land managers and providing a return on investment to their investor? I think this is something I've raised with the committee earlier today, but I think the cost of export that, of course, is borne by timber, by cotton, by farmers across the board is something that we don't talk about enough, and I want to make sure that this committee is being eyes wide open to all the things that would facilitate, genuinely facilitate growth in the north, or you do a lot of investment, a lot of work, we get ACU schemes in place, we do local workforce development, all of that sort of thing, but then there's still no market for the product because we've overcharged at the ports, and wherever else, which makes you uncompetitive once you get to the market. So have you done any work with the potential ports for export that you could talk to me about that topic?
There's significant investment that needs to occur to, tailor log handling in Darwin ports. I've been involved in trial shipments of locally grown logs out of Darwin over the last 15 years. In essence, we were discounting the cost of the operation against the feedback, the market feedback we're getting on our products. So it's at a very small scale, it is completely unviable to be sending commodities over Darwin ports. But you would know, Senator, that Darwin Port suffers from the lack of scale. Cattle is about the only commodity that you can send at the moment that actually works because of the infrastructure and the expertise that's at that port. So there needs to be a significant shift in actually port expertise and being able to handle those logs. I guess the other thing to note is if log containerisation is a method of exporting logs. I weighed the option. It was only out of convenience that I used Darwin, but it was actually cheaper for us to put logs on trucks, truck them to Fremantle and then send them in containers to China. That's the level of unviability that we had at the time. But obviously scale is the thing that's going to address that. And so the ports, there needs to be not only just timber, but timber and cotton and other commodities all need to be working together to increase that scale to get those costs down.
I can see Ms Cameron getting animated about this, so I'm going to turn to her. But just let me finish. Mr Miller, so you've done trial shipments out of Darwin Port. Have you trialled any other ports, or you've just considered the costing for Fremantle as the alternate export port?
Not at all. I mean, I think that, again, depending on the species that we're growing, and for example, there's 14,000 hectares of African mahogany in the Douglas Daly that is maturing for harvest over the next 5 to 10 years. In addition to, I guess, more premium timber products that could be grown either on the Tiwis or will be grown on the Tiwis and then East Arnhem. I think that the opportunity exists currently to supply domestically. We have a lot of native forests that are being locked up at the moment. So actually considering that ports are going to be the answer is probably only a part of the question. The rail network and heading into South Australia would be certainly a high priority for a lot of this resource.
Oh, terrific point. Thank you so much. And it absolutely beggars belief to me that we would import timber from jurisdictions that have almost no environmental standards, but we're happy to take their timber in preference to Australian timber with our very high standards and expectations. So, and thank you for raising the Darwin to Adelaide rail line, because I am a bit of a train. I'm passionate about rail and keeping things off the road. So in the interests of time, Mr Miller, unless you had something else to add to that, I will turn to Ms Cameron.
No. My only closing comment is that I think that there really needs to be focus on what other timber products are coming into Australia. If we're growing more timber in Australia here, there needs to be a review of what barriers or even.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, we might see if the Parliamentary Library or somebody can give us some assistance about finding data on timber products that are being imported that could be substituted with Australian products, and what the barriers to that might be, if it is around cost, and certainly if you've got any additional data that you or the Australian Timber Products Association would want to provide on this. I think this would be incredibly valuable, because I'm a big fan of our own Australian renewable resource, so that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're actually struggling at the moment with engineered products coming from China, which we know have been harvested from Russia. And that timber under current policies should not be entering the country, but we know that it is, and it's competing with locally produced engineered products. That is an example that our southern growers and manufacturers and value adders are struggling with. We've also just had a recent removal of a 5% tariff for European timbers, so they've had a leg up for imports coming in from Eastern Europe into Australian markets as well. So there's a lot of review going on, and ensuring and safeguarding not only northern forests, but obviously the industry Australia-wide.
Yeah, absolutely crazy that we would be advantaging other countries at a disadvantage to Australian timber workers and products, so thank you. Ms Cameron, can I turn to you on this issue of port costs and facilitation of trade through those? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. An excellent question that we could probably navigate for a much longer period of time than the time we've been allocated today, particularly with Northern Australia. I'm going to start with the premise of 100 years ago, Australian cotton was grown in the Darwin region, and the very first shipment of lint bales out of Australia over to the UK came from Darwin Port. Wow. So we're talking 100 years in the making. Wow. 100 years in the making. So if we can't get our act together now, in 100 years later, with all the technology and innovation we have, then there is something critically wrong with the system. It's very much a chicken and egg scenario. Another little stat I want to tell you is that the majority of our markets are obviously into China and our not too far away Asian relation partners, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc. And the ex-Darwin port into, say, a Vietnam market for cotton lint is around 11 days. If we were to take that ship vessel out of Brisbane Port, which is one of the major port hubs for cotton movements, that takes 19 days by sea. So, significant reduction in, let's talk about, environmental emissions and the like by actually having the opportunity to take our lint and seed out of our northern ports. So I do also know that there are many containers that come into the Darwin port that are empty, and there are many containers that go out of the Darwin port empty. And that is why the cost associated with the transport of trade materials is huge. And it is disappointing. I believe it's in the thousands. It's not just a couple of hundred or one or two, it's thousands. So yes, there's a significant opportunity there for industries like ourselves and the forestry industry to be utilising that. I would also like to say that in the last season, the majority of our lint bales have seen their route into our international markets, our global trade markets, to be coming out of the Darwin port and also the Wyndham port. However, there have still been a number of bales of lint that have had to be trucked another 3,500 kilometres over to the eastern states to be able to be captured into the global markets. Cotton is a global commodity and a major commodity for Australia. We know that it's upwards of anywhere between $4 billion annually into the economy. So we are a significant industry provider for our economy. And yes, we do need to look at how we can streamline and how we can actually enable these infrastructure facilities here in the north to really capture into the markets, which is significant for our Australian cotton industry.
Yeah, it perplexes me that when you have cotton being grown at Julia Creek, at Georgetown, at other places in Queensland, it still ends up going down to Emerald and then down to Brisbane to be exported, as opposed to out of the Port of Townsville or somewhere similar. I do want to, in his absence, I want to acknowledge Senator Sterle and the work that he did on the Wyndham Port and getting access to that. I thought that was a really terrific and important step forward for Northern Australia. But Ms Cameron, do you have any information on what it costs to send a container of cotton out of Wyndham Port versus Darwin Port versus Brisbane Port?
Senator, that's a great question. I would have to take that on notice and I'll get back to you with regard to that. I will speak to our main lint, cotton ginning facility providers for that. They'll be able to get that information to me at current.
So, Senator McDonald, do you need to just formalise the question on notice?
Yes.
And Ms.
So
Cameron?
I'm formally asking you, Ms. Cameron, to take that on notice and get that information. And should you find that you're having any pushback on that's very difficult, that's commercial in confidence or similar, please ask of the committee that you table that information not for publication, but so that the committee has a very clear understanding of why Northern Australian ports are not assisting with the facilitation of trade, to my mind, and I'm keen that we be very clear-eyed about this.
Certainly, Senator. I would like to think I have a good standing and open line communication with the Darwin Port Authority, for example. So I would like to think that they would be upfront about that information.
Thank you. I'm sure they'll be upfront with you. It's whether or not they'll be upfront with me is the question that I'm getting, or the committee, I should say. Ms. Cameron, I also note that you have provided information on the 2 new cotton gins, one in Katherine and the other in Kununurra. The Katherine one was privately funded and Kununurra was a NAIF, although a significant amount of the funding came from NAIF, so big shout out to NAIF for facilitating that funding. The next lot of cotton processing facilities in Northern Australia, will that be built in North Queensland? Is there an intention to do that, do you know?
Well, as the industry is really in its formative position and cotton forms, as I mentioned in my opening statement, cotton is part of a larger cropping rotational suite of plants that our farmers grow. So in any given year, the amount of area of cotton in Australia produced does vary. So I would say that in the future, there is definitely on the horizon the vision for a far north Queensland cotton ginning facility, which I think would be a very exciting addition to the chapter that we've seen and the milestones that we've seen already in the northern parts of Australia.
Oh, well, I will remain optimistic that it's not just an additional cotton processing facility, that one day we might even go as far as taking back some of the processing activities that happen offshore to further develop our Northern Australian capacity and expertise.
It's interesting.
If I could just maybe jump in there, there certainly is very active interest in building a gin in somewhere in North Queensland. There's certainly a range of views as to where that should be, but certainly at least one major ginning company with support or in discussions with the Queensland Government and growers. There's some active work going on. It's been identified as a priority out of the Queensland Government's Prosper 2050, so that's there. And then on your comment around regaining the other processing, we've had a number of spinners and weavers and similar come and look and talk to us about doing that. The challenge is not so much about when we lost that industry, and really the last of them left around 2000, the challenge was about labour cost. These days, the challenge is about energy costs, and we need to be competitive on energy cost if we're going to attract that sort of processing back. But we would love to be able to offer an absolute 100% Australian cotton product right the way from growing it to wearing it. And so do our Australian consumers. We have a program called the Australian Cotton Mark, where brands are calling out the fact that they're using 100% Australian cotton in their product. It's been manufactured overseas. But, that is just going gangbusters because there is demand. We just need to somehow be able to make it affordable to do it in Australia.
I think that's an important point, is that, whilst I haven't been around for 100 years, I have been around for over 50 years, and I'm pretty exhausted about talking about the opportunities for Northern Australia. We know we've got the expertise, we know we've got the great people, we know we've got the land, the water, the climate, everything else, but the stuff that I'm really hopeful we get out of this committee inquiry is the fundamentals that stop us from competing both with our domestic market and our overseas market. Port costs, energy costs. Let's get really clear-eyed about that, because none of us want to continue prosecuting or flogging a dead horse if we're never going to get past the things that really hold us back. I just want to commend both organisations, Timber and Cotton, for your recommendations. They are really clear. If I could ask you both, though, to consider some of these issues around what makes you uncompetitive in the domestic market and the overseas market, so that we can include that in our considerations, potential witnesses, and of course our committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got just a quick question, and it might be, so Ms Cameron, you talked about the pastoral estate and just that diversification, and for those, for those projects, so cotton and the expansion of cotton. And I know, Tipperary, Catherine, there's been a number of those projects on those pastoral estates. In terms of non-pastoral use permit, apart from cattle on the pastoral estate, how much, so the work with or conversations with native title holders or with land councils in terms of access, but also participation in some of those emerging industries that are happening on those pastoral estates?
Thank you, Chair, for your question. All of the proponents that have currently invested in trialling or pursuing commercial paddocks of cotton on these pastoral estates all fall under the legalities of the Pastoral Land Act, and that they have in amongst that to gain permits for diversification or for the utilisation of paddocks to grow hay or fodder or other crops of the like for the benefit of the cattle is something that has to undertake public, not only engagement with other industries and First Nations people, but also public consultation. So the processes are there, the framework's there for that. The main driver behind our pastoralists, particularly in the Northern Territory, that are interested in investing in growing a crop like cotton, is purely based on the byproduct of cotton, which is the white cotton fuzzy seed, which is a significant protein source whole feed for cattle, and they have the ruminant digestive system of the cattle is actually known to be able to extract a huge amount of energy and nutrition out of that whole cotton seed. And in fact, in Australia, during drought conditions, it is known that it's the one commodity that can keep livestock like sheep and cattle alive. So an exceptionally important piece. And if you think about our extreme variabilities in climate between a wet season even and a dry season. It's, we have, it's going to be a really great land management tool to enable us to also ensure that we have good ground cover on our natural vegetations there on these pastoral estates in the lead up to the oncoming wet season. We have a proponent, a business entity that has innovated a wrapping of the cotton seed into what's considered a silage wrap. And I even spoke the other day, it was a thought I had that those bales could be dropped out into turkey nests in the situations of floods, even when the animals are isolated on land, small areas of land during floods. that they could be dropping things like these modules or bales of cottonseed onto those sites where there's a big mob of cattle, and that could help keep those cattle alive as they wait for those waters to subside so that they can get back out. So it's not only a drought, but a potential for a flood, and that's what we have every year.
That's great. It was because we saw recently, I'm just trying to think of the station near the Queensland Northern Territory border that was Tobermoor, that's the one,
yes.
Where you know that situation could arise, and we could, given the changing climate, that could be a possibility. So with that, Ms Cameron, would you see, it'd be good to, I mean, you don't have to answer, but it'd be good if the industry can look at, so we just had the land councils on previously, and we were talking about, like, with some of the impediments to employment and expanding, you know, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's access to emerging industries, but also be getting involved in some of that. It would be good, and I know Frank, the forestry industry and Tiwi people have become very much involved in the forestry industry on the Tiwi Islands, but it'd be good to see how, you know, on the mainland, Simone, I know around Katherine and some of those areas. I should let you know that the Katherine River bridge is up to 17.5 metres. So it's up pretty high. So just keep an eye on that. I've just been given a photo from the bomb site with the rivers rising. So I think that maybe you should have a look at some of the. Are you on the east side or the north side of?
I'm personally on the north side. So my property is near the Ferguson River, the Edith and Ferguson River. Okay. So we're in the same situation at the moment. But it's. Yeah. Well, you know, our landscape has this amazing capacity of managing these huge swathes of water.
Yeah.
So I remain, you know, positive that hopefully, you know, all will be well for everyone out there, so they remain safe.
Isn't the highway cut at Edith River?
It is cut.
It is
yes,
cut
the highway's
at the
cut
moment.
at several spots. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Oh, hopefully that river's you still get one?
Yeah, Chair, I would also like to make mention that over the past couple of years that I have been working under Cotton Australia, I have continued to engage and develop very well trusted, meaningful relationships with local traditional owners and people within those cohorts. I sit on a number of advisory committees that does have a large portion of, you know, First Nations people as well. So there is, you know, helping them to understand the processes for them, not necessarily from a cotton position, but also from economic development and also pathways to job and employment positions. So it's something that is very close to my I guess, regional scope in what I do.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms Cameron. I think it'd be really good, and we won't keep you online. We get, with all that water and the rain, I know there's been constant rain. Katherine is on alert, but I also worry about all those communities downstream from the Katherine River and the Waterhouse and some of those areas. So I just hope everyone takes care. Luke, you wanted one more.
Yeah, just wanted to come around to you again, Frankie. You talked about the appropriateness of the Darwin stringy bark for a number of reasons out in northeast Arnhem Land, but just trying to quickly understand the red mahogany for the Tiwis. Is that a bioenergy play for them out there, or is it chips? I don't know. Not across.
No, that's all right. Thanks, Luke. The species is actually going to be grown for solid wood and fibre. So there'll be pulp products that come from that. There'll be solid wood products for feature grade and construction timber. But there exists an opportunity for branches, leaves, and other sort of non any other products grown that could feed into biofuels. And what that will enable, and it's there exists an opportunity right now with basically waste from the previous rotation, is that local communities can start to understand producing energy from biomass. That would reduce not only the carbon footprint for powering some of these communities, but also enable them to not be reliant on sometimes fragile supply chains. We're seeing it play out right now in relation to the war, but also in a changing climate with access to fuel. There is a real opportunity to start doing prototype biofuel generators at a small scale. I've been in discussions with Tiwi College and Xavier College in Warramayunga and a provider to set up a prototype plant, and this could be a pathway to not only powering those communities in a carbon neutral way, but also provide training and education pathways for energy production for the kids in those schools. So it's just another bolt-on that will add feasibility to some of these projects in the north.
Just forgive my ignorance, but what does that practically mean? That there's the legacy plantation there, and that would be collected up and then fed into this prototype machine, and electrons get spat out, or a product gets spat out that can then be used like in a combustion engine to create electricity, or?
Yeah, it's in it. So there's a number of different ways, and I'm not an energy engineer, but gasification is a process whereby the burning of the fuel is used, and the gas that comes off that can then create energy that feeds into the grid. You can do that through feeding pure biofuels, or you can do what's known as cogen. So you can mix the energy sources that then feed into the grid. So this could come from other renewable energy sources, whether it be solar, wind, or even from just the standard grid that's from diesel. So even if it's reducing the amount of diesel that's being burnt, it's got to be a positive thing. And we believe there's a here and now opportunity to utilise some of that material. It can be, obviously transport's one of the biggest issues, and we've got that resource right in the Tiwi Islands, so we can reduce those costs. So that is certainly a here and now opportunity, and that could be actually cookie cut across different remote communities where there is forestry projects. I think just in closing, and I know we're running short on time, but to Senator McDonald's comments about competitiveness of the industry and these industries in the north, there is no single approach, particularly for forestry, that will give us competitive advantages. It's the sum of the parts, and that's why I've spoken about the opportunities around carbon, biofuels, employment, and domestic supply of these products. And when you add all those things together, coupled with the not only the cultural but the ecological benefits of forestry, that is when you start getting ahead as a viable production system and land use. So that's all I'd like to say. But thanks for your question, Luke.
Cheers.
No, thank you, Ms Cameron, Mr Murray and Mr Miller. The committee, thank you for your evidence today. I think the committee has agreed to responses to any questions on notice, and I think Senator McDonald, Ms Cameron, there was some questions, or there was a question that was taken on notice. That should be provided within 2 weeks particularly of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. And the committee will now suspend for lunch and resume the hearing at 1:45. Thank you.
Thanks all.
I now welcome representatives of the Australian Sugar Manufacturers in person and Bioenergy Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Ash Saladini, CEO of the Australian Sugar Manufacturers.
Shahana McKenzie, CEO Bioenergy Australia.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, okay, great. So thank you so much for the invitation to be a part of today. We really appreciate it. We are going to do a little bit of a tag team. So I'm going to set the big picture, and then Ash is going to talk from a feedstock perspective, more focused. Bioenergy for Australia is a significant opportunity. It is a exclusively regional opportunity, and Northern Australia is honestly where it is best placed to thrive. So the bioenergy roadmap that was released in 2021 showed 26,000 new jobs, an additional 10 billion GDP per annum that could be delivered. To explain what we're talking about in terms of bioenergy specifically in this space, it is low-carbon liquid fuels such as renewable diesel, ethanol, renewable diesel, biodiesel, sustainable aviation fuel, and renewable natural gas. Now, why these fuels are getting a significant level of attention now is that they are drop-in replacement fuels. So if you think about traditional ethanol and biodiesel, there's a blend limit for those fuels in terms of their usage. Renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel meet the standards of those fuels. So you don't know what you're using. So that is why we have airlines that are moving at pace to actually increase the amount of this. Now, the opportunity for Northern Australia is a few things. The first is there are a range of feedstocks that are fantastic in Northern Australia. So whether it's sugarcane, whether it's agricultural residues, whether it's tallow, forestry, and where we're heading in terms of kind of future opportunities around algae. Australia and Northern Australia in particular, Northwest and Northeast, have been identified as really significant opportunities for algae in terms of biofuels into the future. So the first is the feedstock. The second is around those regional jobs, as I was saying. This is a fantastic transition opportunity for these regions in terms of jobs and keeping people in regions to be able to capitalise on that. The other really fantastic thing in terms of Northern Australia and why it's a huge focus is access to ports and infrastructure. You know, we already have existing supply chains and value chains operating in these regions. So in terms of demand and where we currently sit, we run something called the Low Carbon Fuels Alliance and the Renewable Gas Alliance. We have 600 stakeholders across those two alliances, from feedstock through to offtake. So the businesses that are now signing agreements, that are bringing this fuel into country, that are using this fuel regularly include the Rio Tintos, the Qantases, Virgin, GHD on sites, Lend-Lease. It is now moving at pace, and we do have government support that has so far been able to help us move the dial forward. That's me.
Great. Thanks, Johanna. I have a prepared statement as well. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. My name's Ash Saladini, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Sugar Manufacturers, an organisation that represents an industry that supports more than 20,000 regional jobs. That's from the entire supply chain. The sugar industry is central to the economic wellbeing of Northern Australia. Sugar manufacturing is a large-scale regional industry capable of creating food, fuel and fibre. From the 30 million tonnes of cane we produce, we can make 10 million tonnes of bagasse, which is a fibrous leftover from the sugar production process, 2 million tonnes of molasses and much, much more cane juice. All these feedstocks can underpin a sovereign capability in biofuels, bioenergy, as well as sugar. With the right policy settings, these feedstocks could meet more than 30% of Australia's domestic aviation fuel needs and create baseload renewable electricity equivalent to 500,000 Australian homes. But none of this will occur without decisive government action. Globally, sugar and biofuels are seen as a sovereign capability. Countries like Brazil and India have heavily invested through mandates, concessional tariffs, and long-term policy certainty. And just as an example, India subsidises their sugar industry to the tune of 150%. Every dollar a manufacturer puts into sugar, the Indian government puts in $1.50. The world has changed. The free trade and global trading rules are being replaced by a drive to secure sovereign capabilities. And Australia can either get with the new program or deindustrialise. This is not just about losing future opportunities. It could very well mean losing existing industrial capabilities, jobs, and unfortunately for northern Queensland, entire towns. Global prices now in sugar is below 14 cents per USD for a pound of sugar, and nearly all the industry will be making significant losses well into 2027. And just to give you some perspective, prices were above 25 cents just 2 years ago. If we don't do something differently, between 1 and 3 mills may hit the wall by the end of 2027. This would be the equivalent to 15% of Australia's sugar capacity and equivalent to losing 9 Mossman mills. We're not in trying circumstances because of market forces. We are in the top 40% globally in terms of cost competitiveness. We face these challenges because we're competing with countries who are heavily subsidising their industry to make these troughs in sugar prices deeper and harsher. Our submission to this inquiry puts together a government industry program that can capture the opportunities in biofuels and bioenergy while securing the long-term viability of the sugar industry. Importantly, our agenda is the only cost-effective way forward for the federal government's multi-billion-dollar low-carbon liquid fuel agenda. Without it, expect the cost of fuel-intensive, hard-to-abate sectors to go up, leaving us all to pay more for groceries, freight, airfares, and even housing affordability will deteriorate. Incrementalism and tweaking around the edges will not get us to where we need to go. One long-term recommendation I'd like to put forward is the need for a national mandate for bioethanol. As some of you are aware, globally ethanol can be mixed with petrol at rates of 10, 20 and 30%. In Australia, that level is 1 to 2% of total stocks. The concerns of decades past on mandates no longer apply, with 95% of passenger fleets having no issue with an ethanol-blended petrol. A mandate will provide a cheap form of abatement from liquid fuel for Australia in the short term and develop a massive Australian capability in bioethanol. Once the road sector begins to electrify, bioethanol can be diverted to the production of affordable, sustainable aviation fuel, noting ethanol to jet fuel is one of the mainstream pathways to create low-carbon liquid fuels at scale. More importantly, this is now a national security imperative. The conflict in the Persian Gulf and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has put 20% of the world's oil supply in jeopardy. And Australia needs a Plan A, a Plan B and a Plan C, and the ethanol mandate has to be part of those plans. The payoff from this agenda could be transformational. A sovereign capability in low-carbon liquid fuels, a future-proof sugar industry and thousands of high-value jobs across Northern Australia. The replacement value of sugar manufacturing sector is $20 billion, so let's use it before we lose it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just check if there's members. Senator Donald.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks so much for being here in person to give evidence to this inquiry today. I speak to you relatively frequently, Mr Saladini, and I don't know if we've met before, Ms McKenzie. So. No, a terrible oversight. Thank you. What a terrific presentation, and I think your points about the mandate of ethanol, bioethanol into fuel is, I mean, that's it, isn't it? Unless we get to that point, then there is no economic imperative to drive the investment forward. Could I ask you, Mr Saladini, one of the things that I'm really keen is you've raised all those good points about fuel security and you know, the current conflict and what that's done for Australian fuel supplies. But how do we ensure that we are using Australian feedstocks? So obviously sugar biomass would be in your case, or Pentland products being grown there, or what's coming out of Mossman now with the closure of the mill there. How do we ensure that it is Australian biomass and that we don't end up with biomass being imported from other countries to fill this requirement?
Thank you, Senator, and that's a very good question. I'll focus the answer on the things that I can talk to, which is the sugar industry. And the way we do that is by actually making it viable to having ethanol production capabilities in Australia. So currently we have 2 plants in Australia, one owned by Manildra in Nowra and one owned by Wilmar in Serena. We have 360 million litres of capacity in terms of ethanol out of those 2 sites. In the early 2020s, we had 3 mills, one in Dalby as well, and that's closed down now. So the way that we can ensure that we have that is through a mandate or some sort of demand incentive that creates the commercial imperative that we actually have that capacity. And we have 21 mills across Queensland and New South Wales, and a lot of those the back end could be converted to producing ethanol and significantly increasing that capacity, which would then, by its very nature, be using Australian biomass and Australian feedstocks for the production of ethanol, bioethanol, and then eventually sustainable aviation fuel and other biodiesels.
Given that we are fascinated and only interested in Northern Australia, but can you just tell me why did Dalby close?
The demand wasn't there. So while Queensland has an ethanol mandate, it's the most unmandated mandate, unfortunately. So
New South Wales is pretty bad too.
And New South Wales, my apologies. I'm very Queensland-centric senator.
Excellent.
It's supposedly meant to encourage 4% demand. It's encouraged between 1.5% to 2.5% at its best. So my members, for example, have invested, and that that facility is 65% utilised at its best on average. So even right now, they invested on the assumption that there's going to be a 4% demand created through that mandate. It's at 2.5%. So we have a facility that is usually utilised at 65%, and so demand is the king in this debate.
Okay.
I can probably speak to, outside of the sugar perspective, the other significant, there's around 10 projects in northern Australia, in North Queensland, across renewable natural gas and low carbon liquid fuels. So renewable natural gas is a really big, significant opportunity as well that shouldn't be missed. But another project example is the Ampol project in Brisbane, obviously not up north, but a lot of feedstock coming down into that. So that's a fats and oils project. So that's using used cooking oil, canolas, and other oil-based sort of seeds. And so there's a similar kind of approach there. That is a significant project, a 700 million litre project that is going into feed. That we're all very excited about what that opportunity represents. But at the same time, coming back to that feedstock question, right? So how do we make sure that Australian feedstock is being incentivised to be used here? We currently export around $4 billion a year of canola to make low carbon fuels in other countries. So we're really good at sending these products overseas without value adding here. So all of the work that we're doing collectively across all of these feedstocks is to create an environment where Australian feedstocks can have that value added in Australia, and those jobs can go to Australians.
Oh, that's a terrific point, well made on the canola, thank you. I don't know how much canola we grow in Northern Australia.
I can't imagine a lot.
Right, yes, all right. Well, let's go back to sugar then.
Other things though. So Pongamia, Carinata, there's a whole range of new and emerging technologies and pathways.
So on that, and I know sugarcane well and the rate that it grows, sort of an inch a day, and in our fabulous warm northern climes. Is there a conflict with government policy that we are trying to encourage a sustainable aviation fuel element over here, but we've just had evidence and estimates from ABARES that we're looking to take 17 million hectares of grazable, arable farming land out of the agricultural system, and one of the top 7 council areas that will be affected is Cassowary Coast, which is a great sugarcane growing area. I think that applies equally not just to sugarcane, to Pongamia and others, as you say, Ms McKenzie. So, I just want to get you to talk to. Are we aligning government policies, or are we having one department over here saying, yay, more sustainable fuels, and over here we've got less agricultural land in use? Are those two at conflict, or do you see a way they can work together?
Are you happy for me to?
Quickly, maybe I'll do sugar and then you do the big picture. So I wish cane growers were here, Dan Galligan, because cane supply needs to underpin this agenda. And we need more land under cane to have the scale and the commerciality to get this agenda off the ground. Pardon the pun, if it's talking about sustainable aviation fuel. The issue is we need land use planning to work hand in glove with this agenda, and we don't see that. We're actually seeing it go the other way, where we're losing land to other urban encroachment or other industrial or even renewable electricity uses as well. So on the one hand, we're saying this is important, there's all these opportunities, but at the same time we're losing the capability, the scale and the commerciality that we need to actually be successful in the global environment as well. So this policy needs to be underpinned by a policy around land use planning and cane supply.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that, one of the key components of these low carbon fuels, and in particular if you're talking about aviation, is the emissions intensity score or rating that those fuels have. And that is based on the different feedstocks that you use. And one of the key contributing factors into that is ILUC, or land use change. And so I think that there's a fine line in terms of being able to achieve the highest possible score whilst maintaining social licence for these industries to be able to operate. You know, we do need to ensure that we are absolutely operating with the greatest level of efficiency that we possibly can with the land that we can use. And so a lot of R&D is going into that. So whether it's cover crops, whether it's marginal land, whether it is even the crops themselves, such as sugar, you know, a lot of work is going into how can we extract as much as possible out of that one thing to really maximise the benefit. And so I think that all of these things need to line up. The government currently, the work that they're doing around the GO Certificate of Origin scheme, to be very brutally honest, that is they are trying to fit low carbon fuels into a scheme that was designed and legislated for hydrogen. And it's really clunky and it's not fitting well. And so that for us, there is rub. There is rub right now in terms of how do we make sure that our scores are going to align with international scores and that we aren't potentially going to have, you know, issues around credibility. So I think that there's, you know, we are working with government across many areas of government right now, and there certainly is an approach which is very much wanting to work together to ensure that this moves forward, but it is a challenge.
So I'm just looking again at your recommendations, and I don't think you've got one specifically in there on that one.
We actually didn't put a submission to this.
Oh, whose submission am I looking at then? Oh, RDA's. No wonder I was talking to you about. Sorry, they were grouped together in my pack. Great. So could you specifically come back with a recommendation on that alignment so that you know, there is a better fit for renewable fuels? Because I think, you know, one of the interesting things about this committee is that we look geographically across portfolios, whereas most other committees look singularly down portfolio lines. So it gives us a great advantage to be able to try and coordinate some of those policy objectives. So if you could give us a recommendation on those bits about that alignment. And Mr Saladini, if you do the same around that land management piece, because I think this is the opportunity to talk cross-portfolios about better outcomes for renewable fuels, but also for Northern Australia.
And Senator, just on that point, really quickly, there's probably 3 ways you can do it. In sugar again, the land use is very important, or you can grow taller cane, which is an R&D agenda, which we don't have, or you can get more out of that cane, which is around an advanced manufacturing agenda. And so, again, there's an R&D element to it and a land use planning element to it, but the cane supply and the use of that feedstock is going to be very important going in front if you want to make sugar, biofuels and bioenergy.
One more, and then I'll go to Matt Smith. He's got a number of questions.
Thank you. My final question then is, you touched on social licence before, Ms Mackenzie, and I think that's a really good point to remember. There's lots of competing interests for lots of things in every community. But how do we make sure that the benefit of growing a crop for sustainable fuel does go to farmers as well as harvesters, processors, all of those different bits of the supply chain. How are we going to, and I guess I should start with Mr Saladini with the question that nobody wants to talk about, but how does the sugar agreement be addressed to ensure that any premiums be passed through to farmers?
Yeah, look, I think it's actually a bigger issue than that, Senator. It's currently the way we divvy up rights, responsibilities, risks and returns from sugar is through a formula that's based on global sugar prices. So if this agenda is to pick up in a great way and push the sugar industry to move into ethanol, bioethanol, biofuels, we actually have to revisit that formula and actually decide how we divide that the revenues and the profits from that in a totally different way. Why would we be selling ethanol and then paying people on the premise of sugar? And so it's a huge sort of commercial and sort of negotiation there as well that I think as an industry but also government should be aware that the way that the industry is currently sort of structured on is to divvy up those benefits through reference to the sugar price. This will move that agenda, and so we have to get together and work together to figure out how we divide that fairly so everyone wins, basically.
Just to clarify, so if you use the entire stalk, do you use the entire stalk for biofuel, or can you crush it for cane and then use the fibre?
So particularly with the ethanol way, and if we're going to do it at scale, you'd be back-ending potentially a whole mill to do ethanol. So the cane juice, the molasses, the lot to convert to ethanol. And so then it'll be a very strange situation where then that farmer is going to be getting paid with reference to the global sugar price. And so that's what I'm saying, that there'll be some regions that will continue to do sugar and maybe a mix of ethanol, but on the most, it's going to actually be back-ending a whole mill to be putting out ethanol.
Okay, then I do need to flag that the molasses component is so important to the northern pastoral industry because it's used as a drought feedstock, and so we would need to be careful that we didn't remove the capacity to generate molasses in northern Australia. That would be a backward step.
Yeah, and that's why I say there's going to be different mills doing different things, and so we will also have access to molasses as well as the production of sugar and then biofuels, because, as I said, each mill will be slightly different, so we will still have those products such as molasses and sugar.
No, but it'll be less. It'll be less molasses.
It may be less, but at the moment, the sugar industry, this is the sort of the trade-off people don't sort of quite grasp. People saying, oh, there'll be less, but if you probably know Queensland better than I do, but going back a couple of decades, we did 40 million tonnes of cane. Then even in recent history, in the last decade, we did 35 million tonnes of cane. Once these incentives come, we're going to be doing more cane, so there'll be more sugar, more molasses, as well as biofuels, and so that's the nirvana that we're pushing towards anyway, Senator.
Well, if we can get
Let's get back to 40.
more cane and more molasses, then that will make me happy too. Ms McKenzie, do you want to offer anything else?
I was just going to add, I think that there's a couple of supply chains that are already well established that can be providers into the fuel industry. So sugar and canola, are two of those. But one of the benefits of Australia being sort of 15 years behind the rest of the world is that we now get to learn how these other pathways have been able to operate in other markets. So, how these arrangements have been able to take place. And really what we're seeing from project developers that are happening right now, those 10 projects I was talking about in regional Queensland, these project developers are out there working in these communities with farmers. We're running an event next week, the Renewable Fuel Summit. We have farmers on stage speaking about low carbon fuels now. If I think back to 4 years ago, it wasn't even on the radar. It was not even really of interest. So I think the work is being done now to have the agricultural sector itself engaged in the discussion right from the beginning, so that the way that we design policy, the way that we design the incentives, the way that planning laws and infrastructure and all of those things evolve is going to be done with communities in mind right from the beginning.
So that is a great point. And on my final request then, is there any work being done that measures the feedstock available for biofuels from cane versus these other crops, so that we're measuring those side benefits of molasses, of employment in regional communities, of the seasonal work that goes, between different industries. Is there any work being done on that you'd be able to provide the committee with?
Well, the federal government made a commitment in March of last year for the development of a national bioenergy feedstock strategy. So the Department of Agriculture are working on that right now. They were recently just out for consultation on that piece. One of the really core parts of that is around data. Is around us having a much better understanding on the granularity of what the real availability is of feedstock, what we could really use, what is operationally able to be. I mean, we talk about forestry residues as an example, but how complicated is it in terms of capturing those forestry residues? How much, what the cost of that? So the federal department is working on that piece right now. We're hopeful to be able to have something that will be able to inform not just projects but also governments in terms of what's needed in moving this forward.
Yeah, because we'd hate to end up growing a crop that was great for biofuels but not great for regional communities because it doesn't require a workforce or a significant workforce. Or terrific. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Chair.
So I might go to Matt Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Like Senator McDonald, you'll probably find me pretty passionate about cane up here. It's a big part of our regional identity, and unfortunately, particularly for Mossman, has become increasingly difficult to remain viable. Do you have an idea in terms of, you say we want more land under cane, an indication of how much land that's looking at, and then given that there is, particularly around Cairns, looking south of Cairns, which is in the electorate of Kennedy, there's going to be increasing urban growth in that direction, and what that impact might be on cane production, and if that land comes off the table for cane, where would you look to, I guess, recoup that loss?
That's a very good question. Again, sugar production, as well as ethanol production, is a scale business. So as you lose scale, it actually really hurts your viability. And around Gordonvale, we are seeing a lot of land lost to urban uses. I sadly saw a town centre with a Woolies smack bang in the middle of a huge cane area, which to me suggests that area is already earmarked to become a suburb of Cairns. So those losses hurt because particularly there's one thing over the total size of land, but also land needs to be relatively close to the mill as well. So the most profitable sort of cane is the ones within about 20 kilometres of the mill. And then as you go further out, it becomes less profitable, and 50 kilometres is generally as far as you want to go, though through necessity we've now gone up to about bringing cane from about 75 kilometres out. However, there's a good news story there as well. Our members have provided incentives and other payments to try to actually regain marginal land back for cane production as well. So I was with a member in just outside of Bundaberg, which unfortunately isn't Northern Australia, but their incentives have actually brought around 900 hectares back into cane as well. So that is the opportunity around identifying suitable land for cane and having an incentive program to make sure growers have a future, make sure the growers can actually make a profit, and there is work to be done there between industry and government to actually incentivise that, because this is a scale business. Sugar is a scale business. Biofuels is a scale business, and frankly, if we lose more land, we're going to lose that scale.
Obviously, urban planning often comes under the purview of local governments. Are you getting much buy-in from them? Do they understand, I guess, the opportunity and the threat?
Look, yes, and I think particularly near your area, there is one mill that is obviously quite beholden to land use planning decisions, which is Gordonvale, but not all mills are necessarily sort of stuck in that local government area with an urban encroachment issue. The bigger issues around that incentivising of growers and making sure that they have a future, and I think that's where I think governments can work with industry to do that. So I'll give you the example that there's a plantation incentive in forestry to encourage more land under forestry. Why can't we have that for cane? If we are truly genuine about low carbon liquid fuels and maintaining a legacy foundational industry in North Queensland, let's provide those incentives for cane, noting the benefits for regional communities, for sugar production, but also for low carbon liquid fuels and fuel security through blended ethanol petrols.
Yep. So you spoke briefly about there'd be some some farms and some mills that still do crystal and with molasses and others that would go into ethanol. Would there be a difference in price point? Like, would the economic realities of it push farmers in one direction or another, then thus threatening the viability of the other side?
The farmers would always be growing cane. So the good thing about cane is dual use. You can either take the carbon or the sugars and turn to biofuels, or turn it to crystal. From a sugar manufacturing perspective, neither ethanol nor sugar is a lay-down misere in terms of profitability and viability. I won't say this year, because this year and the next couple of years the prices are really bad. But when I used to say this probably 2 years ago, if you looked back over the last 3 years, sugar outperformed ethanol over those 3 years. The reason why this is such a huge issue is not that we're all going to be driving Maseratis, it's the diversification. So the troughs of the sugar prices or ethanol prices gives us that opportunity to get revenue from another source, and hopefully they don't trough and peak at the same time. And that's what's going to give us that resilience in the industry. So it means mills don't close down when sugar prices hit 10 and 11 cents. It means growers can continue to grow because we can actually ride out those troughs, because if ethanol's up and sugar's down, there's still revenue coming into the industry, or vice versa. And so that's why we're so keen on this agenda, not because one is better than the other, it's actually because of that diversification opportunity.
And can I
yeah, awesome.
add to that? You can end up with perverse outcomes in these sorts of environments. And I think one of the benefits of, once again, us being so far behind is that we have the opportunity to learn from other countries. So one of the things that I am very encouraged by is the very intense approach that the departments are taking right now, whilst going through the Clean Fuels 1.1 billion, the ARENA funding, looking at demand side measures. How do we ensure the design of all of these programs and policies is not going to end up with, creating social licence issues, or creating issues where we are diverting food-based crops into fuel because it makes more sense for farmers to do that. So I have every confidence that that is front of mind in terms of how policies are progressing.
Thank you. Last one. And I think you and I have discussed this before, Ash, but the rail network, has the Queensland Government providing any investment into ensuring that the cane rail network is, well, workable?
That's a really good question. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah, so we have 4,000 kilometres of rail, and it's all funded by the sugar industry and the maintenance of that. And frankly, particularly with cyclones and floods and natural disasters, maintaining that network is becoming harder and harder. And we're not actually eligible for things like natural disaster recovery, and so that network is completely funded by the sugar industry. Now, we have every right to use roads, and however, that's not going to be good for Queensland. It's not going to be good for regional roads or even national roads, noting that we're the second largest land-based freight task in Queensland. So at the moment, it's completely privately funded. We have been seeking help and assistance, even when there is sort of safety and environmental benefits to upgrading it, both from Queensland and federal governments. But one area that both levels of government can help is around accessibility of natural disaster recovery funding when we do have cyclones, floods and other events.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you. Just, Ms McKenzie, thanks to both of you for your evidence. It's been really interesting. You mentioned, Ms McKenzie, a couple of times some international, that we're a bit behind the rest of the world. Can you just give us some examples of where this is being done really well?
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose if we think the renewable fuel scheme in the United States has been in operation now for 20 years, so there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that program. Brazil, obviously, also. Europe, which is where Australia currently exports the majority of our canola into to make low-carbon fuels. But even, to be frank, within our region now, almost every country around us is adopting policies. So whether it's Korea, Singapore, Japan, we are seeing demand-side measures, we are seeing supply-side measures that are being brought into play by governments. So we are behind, without a doubt. I mean, we're catching up, which is fantastic, but it is a benefit for us to be able to learn some of the lessons from, in particular, I would say corn ethanol in the US, and how we ensure that we operate and expand the low carbon fuels feedstock supply in Australia with social licence front of mind.
Senator, just on that, I think Shahana's response just triggered one area. We are way behind globally. Brazil has a 30% ethanol mandate, and the US has a 10% ethanol mandate, India 20%. We have a 4% mandate in Queensland, which is generating 2%, which is a voluntary mandate. In the US, they go to refiners and fuel producers and retailers and says, you need to have 10% ethanol in your fuel, you figure out how to do it, off you go. Over here, we say, we hope you get 4% into your fuel, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Oh, well, the market has spoken. And I think that's the very big difference between what's going on overseas. And let's be clear, the US is the largest producer of fossil fuel oil. Despite that, they see a benefit in producing 10% ethanol for fuel security. Australia has 30 days of petrol and diesel, and we put 1% ethanol, and we don't have oil wells in Texas like the US does. So we are very exposed, yet 1 to 2% ethanol mixed into our petrol total stocks. It doesn't make sense to me, but I hope someone can prove me wrong.
So can I just, to kind of off the back of that though, I wouldn't say that that's the fault of this current government. We have everything that we have so far asked for, we have got. So the commitment to the formation of the Jet Zero Council, that was done almost immediately. The $1.1 billion of funding and production incentives, $300 million being allocated to ARENA, the funding that was allocated for the development of a national bioenergy feedstock strategy, the prioritisation of the GO Certificate of Origin scheme. There is a catch-up that's taking place. We all want it to go much faster, but I would like to recognise that we are absolutely being given an opportunity right now to be one of the leading industries moving forward.
I guess I was going to ask you about the $1.1 billion that the government announced, I think, towards the end of last year. So can you just talk us through what opportunities that might open? Do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah. So I mean, the way that I tend to explain low carbon liquid fuels is we've kind of got three options. The option right now is we export feedstock into other countries, right? That's what we're currently doing. We're really good at it. It's like we dig and ship, right? We just send it. So that's option one. Option two is we refine the fuel in Australia, and in order to stand up sort of domestic refining, and you have some refiners that will be coming and talking after us, it's that capital co-investment to get those projects moving and for that to happen. So the ARENA funding that was announced, that can support some of those sorts of things happening. So, but that's not going to guarantee that the fuel stays in Australia, right? That's going to help the projects move, but the fuel isn't necessarily going to stay. So the production incentives, the kicker for the production incentives is that reduces the cost. So what that means is those contracts are able to be signed for that fuel to be sold into Australian markets. Okay, it can also, through that design of that policy and those incentives, it can make sure that the majority of that fuel stays in this market. And so that's what that $1.1 billion, it means that the Qantases, the Virgins, the Rio Tintos and the like are able to purchase that fuel at a price point which is not going to have a knock-on significant impact for the end consumer. If you consider that Qantas at the moment, they will be achieving 10% sustainable aviation fuel by 2030, but that's purchasing it out of LAX, Heathrow, other locations in those markets where there are incentives to reduce that price premium. So that's kind of what the $1.1 billion will do. We don't know the exact design of what that will look like, if it will be a contracts for difference, if it will be a tax, kind of incentive, but effectively that's what it's designed to do.
Senator, just on the $1.1 billion, the reason why there's a renewed optimism and opportunity is around those kinds of incentives. So the fact we're having these conversations is because it's been brought back to the agenda. Now, there's a couple of things that we really need to be careful on that is around the focusing on feedstock. So there's a national feedstock strategy the federal government's doing, and state governments are doing similar strategies as well. Why I keep banging on about ethanol is because when those studies come out, one of the challenges they will put forward is the fact that there is a lack of capacity in producing ethanol in this country. Right. And that's not just an issue for the sugar industry, that's an issue for the whole biofuels industry, because we don't have enough feedstocks to be able to forego one source of feedstock at scale. So let's say we don't get that ethanol capacity, the price of oilseeds will go through the roof and will completely shatter the the economics of biofuels. You need all those feedstocks to actually create the price point where biofuels actually can be sold effectively. One of my fears, two fears I have, is one fear is that we focus on the just on the refining side and we don't focus on the feedstock and incentivising the feedstocks. My other fear is, and I've been in these types of roles for a long time, is people take the incentive from a demand perspective and say, oh, actually, the cost of doing business in Australia is too much. Woe is us. Thanks for the $1.1 billion. We'll get it all from overseas. And that'll be the death of the sugar industry. If we put $1.1 billion to import bioethanol from India and Brazil, we're essentially giving them $1.1 billion of subsidy to knock out our own sugar industry on top of the 150% cost of production subsidies they give their own growers and millers. So there's so much opportunity, but there are some scary challenges as well. So I think just everyone needs to be clear-eyed about both, because this is, for us, at the future viability of our industry, and we see it as a very positive agenda.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Lou?
Just with all that canola oil, does that go to make ethanol?
No, so I mean, canola is predominantly used to make biodiesel or renewable diesel, and sustainable aviation fuel.
Okay. And would apparently Defence has got up to 50% approval to use up to 50% sustainable aviation fuel in their aircraft, but they're at about 5% and they're rolling it out to different places. So what would need to happen to shift that? Because they said it's 3 times more expensive than normal aviation gas.
Yeah, look, I mean, the capability, not cost, I love is the tagline that Defence like to say when they're talking about low-carbon liquid fuels. And I'm like, great, well, let's just get it going then.
Sovereign capability.
We're talking about drop-in fuels, right? So whether it's renewable diesel or sustainable aviation fuel, Australia at the moment uses over 50 billion litres of diesel and over 10 billion litres of aviation fuel a year. That's a huge amount of fuel, and we're down to 2 domestic oil-based refineries. So coming back to that fuel security narrative, and certainly for Defence, that is a significant concern. Having that domestic resilience and having that supply that can come from Australia is really important. For us with Defence, we're encouraged by their future energy strategy. We're encouraged by the work that they've been doing in relation to rolling out sustainable aviation fuel across multiple sites. They have accelerated that program significantly in the last 5 years. If I go back to 5 years ago, the tagline was not cost, capability over cost. It was, we're good followers. Was the approach. We'll let commercial kind of take all of this and then we'll come in at the end. That's shifted completely. So we're encouraged that Defence will be playing a role moving forward, and hopeful that they will announce a mandate or a target across their fuel usage for renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel.
And you've got this renewable fuel summit next week at Sydney Town Hall. So if you were to project forward and tell us what the final statement asks of the federal government, what might that be?
Well, look, I mean, for us, the real focus now is on demand-side measures. It is, in order for us to, coming back to that point earlier around how do we make sure that the feedstock gets used here? How do we make sure that the $1.1 billion is used to greatest effect? The best way, if you look at any market globally where low-carbon liquid fuels are operating with success, it is attached to a demand-side measure. So whether that is a low-carbon fuel standard, which encourages a gradual decarbonisation of the liquid fuel pool over a portion of time, or whether it is a target, a volumetric mandate or target. Either of those options need to be in play in order for us to stand up a domestic industry that would service a domestic industry. That's the next part. And look, we're encouraged. The government have been doing, consultation with industry on what that could look like, what is needed, what time frame, what amount, who does it apply to, is it just aviation, is it the whole fuel pool? So there's a lot of those conversations taking place. But we really, 2026 is the year that we need to get some concrete answers on the government's appetite for a demand-side measure, because we're in a race right now for capital. These projects are accelerating at pace globally, and if we can't get that locked away, it's going to be increasingly challenging for projects to move forward, and I'm sure you'll hear that from project developers later today.
Thank you.
Mr. Gosling, just on the defence side, there's that big picture conceptual side, but there's actually more granular things we can do right now, particularly with the North Australia agenda in mind. So your colleague Mr. Smith, around Cairns, if you go to the Cairns terminal, which is a sugar terminal, you would think that the Australian Navy is trying to blockade the sugar industry. Every asset around landside and portside is being consumed by maritime and naval assets for the defence industry. What that suggests is we can actually build a very short and affordable supply chain for biofuels through the sugar industry for the Australian defence industry. And we need to actually put some investment into feasibility and pre-feasibility studies to actually develop that, one from a biofuels perspective, but another one from a national security perspective, because where sugar happens to be is where a lot of our naval and air force assets happen to be as well. So huge opportunity there to kill many birds with one stone, basically.
So from sugar you can make marine diesel or whatever they use?
From sugar you can make every form of biofuel under the sun, basically.
I mean, I like to think about ethanol as almost like the future crude. It's, if you think about oil refineries, you're effectively replacing an oil refinery with a biorefinery. And ethanol is effectively one of those significant feedstocks that can go into making all of those things. So, biochemicals, bionutraceuticals, biopharmaceuticals, bioplastics into the future. Ethanol is a building block of all of those things. And that's why really establishing a very strong and competitive ethanol industry in Australia is vital. You agree with that?
100%.
Thank you.
Who's chair? Lost the chair.
Matt, do you have any other questions, mate?
No, I'm all good. Do you want me to think of something?
Do you have any more questions?
I think we've covered lots of ground, so thank you.
Terrific, thank you. Well, I will just ask you a couple more, given I've now got some more time. I think that has been a really broad discussion of the policy settings. How do we ensure, given that this is a Northern Australia committee, that these projects are, we are prioritising the Northern Australia agenda, both in terms of land area cropping as well as the processing?
I can quickly start again. Note where I'm coming from, so take what I say with my vested interest. But North Queensland's largest opportunity and pathway to all these opportunities is the sugar industry. So ensuring that the sugar industry is front and centre of some of these incentives, some of these programs, is the way that you guarantee that Queensland, but more importantly, North Queensland gets its fair share from these incentives. The second one I'd sort of highlight is that focusing on the feedstock and incentivising the feedstocks as well is absolutely essential to getting us over the line, and again, making sure that North Queensland gets its fair share. And sitting underneath this, and I'll keep banging on about it, is a national ethanol mandate, because that will actually incentivise our mills to actually change some of the back ends and start to create that ethanol, which will then underpin the whole agenda. And again, not all, but I'd say 60-70% of our mills are in North Queensland as well.
I'll just probably add, North Queensland already has a comparative advantage in terms of the opportunity and what it represents. It's significant. I think the second point that I would make is Northern Australia doesn't need to compete with the rest of Australia. I think one of the things that we consistently say is that we want all of the horses to get to the end of the race in this space. We need all feedstocks to win. You know, if we're honestly going to meet the decarbonisation challenge of aviation and other heavy industries, we need them all to work. And actually, one of the beautiful things about Australia is that we are so big and so diverse that in the event that we do have climate disasters in Northern Australia, to still have feedstock that is able to be supplying into refineries that's coming from Victoria or from WA is actually going to create resilience in that entire system. So I don't think it's about competing. I think it's about we want everybody moving at pace in order for us to be able to service this industry. And other, you know, like NAIF and the Northern Australia, there's already kind of mechanics, I suppose, or opportunities where projects that are specifically our projects that are focused in Northern Australia do have access into some government programs that are specifically focused there, which is great.
When you talked about the 12 projects, 10 projects that are going ahead at the moment, all being
Northern,
yes, inquired into, is prickly acacia use one of those?
Prickly acacia is being progressed as a feedstock. I don't think it's yet kind of going into a specific project. Have you? I haven't heard of it going into a specific project. There's a range of feedstocks that are moving. I mean, that's a fantastic one because obviously we want to get rid of it.
Yes.
And so a lot of work is taking place. CSIRO are doing quite a bit on it. But yeah, for us, I don't think it's yet achieving a pathway in terms of a feedstock into a specific project.
What are the restrictions on developing those feedstocks that you end up with good projects like that are not competing with food production? Because I think the EU has already ruled out taking feedstock from crops that would otherwise be used for food production. Are any other jurisdictions making that distinction?
So the EU is the one that's moved. It's a very different market. And if you look at land mass and availability for them to be able to supply feedstock, you know, I mean, the majority of feedstock that's going into their refineries, they're importing at the moment. So there's a range of pressures, I suppose, that have forced them to the position of where they're at. One of the beautiful things in Australia that we have is we don't have a lot of those same pressures. You know,
I think we did touch on at the outset that we do have that pressure. We've got a government policy to remove 17 million hectares of additional arable land, which is the space where we would seek to grow these crops. So,
can I just with specifically with sugar in mind, there's a couple of things around that sort of. I think you're sort of touching on the food versus fuel sort of debate. The first one is we have around 10 million. Tonnes of biomass in terms of bagasse that sits with the mills, and also similar amounts, 10 million tonnes of tops and trash that sits in on the growers' farms that can be used for biofuels. That's 20 million tonnes of biomass that has no food versus fuel trade-off as a first point. The next set of points that we need to sort of consider as well is we've got 20 million tonnes of cane supply this year. We should be at 40. Why aren't we growing 40? The reason is the demand's not there. So there's another 11 million tonnes there. That's not a trade-off between food versus fuel. And particularly with cane, people don't go cane because they love cane and, you know, sugar's the bee's knees. It's because it grows in places that floods. It grows when cyclones comes, it stands up. And, you know, try to grow banana on a flat land, it doesn't like wet feet. So we already have a capability there, and we're so far between that before it says there's a trade-off between food versus fuel, and we're not using our available resources properly. The next one is we're one of the most underfunded RDCs in Australia, and so the other option is to grow these things much, much taller. Yet our budget is around $30 million a year, and our RDC hasn't really shot the lights out in terms of plant variety development as well. So we can grow it taller and get a lot more as well. So I think once we exhaust those opportunities, I'm willing to then go, okay, what is the food versus fuel debate? But we also haven't done everything to get us to the point where there is no trade-off. And so that's my concern at the moment. In the next 5-10 years, all it's going to do is actually grow the industry versus actually take away things away from food production.
If you take biomass away, bagasse away, isn't that used to generate electricity?
If we got our steam efficiency to the best in class, just in Australia, and Australia's not best in class, we'd probably have about 60-70% surplus bagasse, because when we created our boilers and our mills, bagasse was a waste, and we're like, how do we get rid of this 10 million tonnes? So we're just burning it as inefficiently as possible. Then someone came with the bright idea, well, let's use the steam to generate energy for the mills. And then someone said, actually, we still have some left over. Let's make electricity and send it to the grid. But that's because the way we set everything up is very inefficiently for getting rid of waste versus actually trying to optimise this thing, which is now starting to get a value.
So who would pay for the re-efficiency or the efficiency improvements for the mills? That's
the $1.1 billion question, Senator. And that's where government does have a role to play, because there is an opportunity cost with these things. As I said, prices below 14 cents by the end of 2027. There could be 9 Mossman mills worth of mills having viability issues. People aren't sort of looking at blue sky and going, wouldn't it be great if we, replace all our boilers, which, can be anywhere between $40 million and $110 million. So an incentive scheme around that steam efficiency and energy efficiency is what would move the needle. The great thing is these mills are 100 to 150 years old, so some of these are coming to the end of life anyway. The challenge for government is don't replace like for like. We'll incentivise you to put the more efficient stuff in, which is a lot more expensive, and then there's benefit for all of us. And I think that's the challenge. But I think you've asked the right question.
But it's also another benefit of us being behind, right? Is that they haven't already replaced those. They haven't decided to go in a different direction. Our very firm belief is that bio-based resources should go to the hardest to abate sectors. Electrifying the nation should happen with much easier sources of feedstock, sun, hydro, all of the wind, all of those things. Bio-based resources, we need that for heavy transport, for infrastructure, for mining, for, rail, for aviation. Please, let it go there. So the fact that, they haven't yet moved in terms of that side of things for us is encouraging, because we're not having to now convince this sector to, change again, because they wouldn't do it. So that's why now is crucial, because they're making the decisions now.
So my last question to you before I let you go is, we've talked a lot about why this sector is important, why you would want to have more renewable-based fuels. Why is there not an economic demand? If Qantas is so keen and they're buying it out of LAX and Heathrow and other places, why aren't they putting their money into, all these other funds that should be paying for these things to be built, not just the government?
Yeah, so Qantas have a $400 million fund, which they're specifically targeting and focused on supporting domestic projects. So they're putting their money where their mouth is, absolutely 100%. They also have their SAF coalition partners, so they have around 10 of their largest flyers that are actually part of a program which are paying more for their flights in order to support that price premium of those flyers flying on SAF. So that's another part of it. But where they're getting SAF from right now in those other jurisdictions, it is incentivised so much by the governments in those jurisdictions, they're not paying any more really, or if they are, it's very minimal. Whereas if you compare that to, solar entering the market.
On notice, can you give us a breakdown of what other jurisdictions in other countries are paying to subsidise the production
100%.
of renewable
We can get that to you.
All right, terrific. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Look, I thank you, and I apologise for my exit out of the meeting before, but I thank you for your evidence today. And the committee has agreed, and I think previously, Senator McDonald, there were 2 questions on notice previously. So the committee has agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. So thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've sort of... Catherine's on standby. I think they've asked the defence mob to evacuate people out.
Oh, gosh. Well, at least they're getting defence to do it, unlike North Queensland, where they let everybody get out in their own little choppers.
Oh, do they?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. And then Casa chases them and goes, oh, what you did was illegal. They go, no, saving lives, up to you.
I think they're asking for, because the hospital and because where the river goes through, they're asking for the hospital to evacuate some of the hospital. So it's got bordering right on, so it's just lapping the top part of the bridge. Oh yeah, I've just got Malandiri's office. Give me the script.
Rightio, thank you very much. I now welcome representatives of Jet Zero Australia in person, and hopefully we've got Renewable Developments Australia in person. Oh, in person too. Terrific. Sorry, I was assuming you're online. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And if we could start with Mr Douglas, please.
Adam Douglas, Jet Zero Australia, Industrial Manager.
Ed Mason, Jet Zero Australia, CEO.
Hilton Netterville, Renewable Developments Australia, CEO.
Terrific, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, members of the committee will ask you questions. Starting with Jet Zero, Mr Mason or Mr Douglas?
Yeah, I've just got a short opening statement. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Jet Zero is an Australian bioenergy company established in 2021 to produce SAF and renewable diesel from Australian feedstocks. We're advancing two major biofuel projects in Northern Australia, aligned with both the Commonwealth's low carbon liquid fuel strategy and Defence's future fuel strategy. The first is Project Ulysses in Townsville. This is one of the most progressed SAF developments in the country. We've invested more than $75 million of capital already committed to that project, and largely from private investors, including Qantas, Airbus and Idemitsu of Japan. Front-end engineering and design is underway ahead of final investment decision. Ulysses will use proven alcohol-to-jet technology to convert domestically produced bioethanol into over 100 million litres of SAF and renewable diesel. The second project in Gladstone is approximately 4 times larger than Ulysses, called Project Mandala, and using the Heifer pathway. Together, these two projects position Northern Australia at the forefront of a new advanced manufacturing industry that could supply over 5% of Australia's jet fuel. There is no region that stands to benefit more from biofuels than Northern Australia, where the majority of the jobs, construction activity and long-term value will be located. Queensland's sugarcane sector represents the single largest theoretical biomass resource in Australia. Unlocking that resource strengthens both food and energy production and enables regional communities to move up the value chain, as seen in other countries. We are also focused on expanding future feedstocks. Southwest of Charters Towers, we have planted Pongamia, a native oilseed tree with the potential to transform land use across arid and semi-arid grazing land in Northern Australia through complementary pastoral practices such as silvopasture. Studies show Pongamia can deliver oil yields per hectare comparable to palm oil, but without the associated deforestation and sustainability concerns. It's drought tolerant, nitrogen fixing, a native species and uniquely suited to Northern Australia. There's also a critical fuel security dimension. Recent oil shocks arising from the conflict in the Middle East are again exposing Australia's vulnerability to imported aviation fuel and diesel. SAF and renewable diesel are intermediate drop-in fuels that can be produced domestically using existing infrastructure. Production from Northern Australian feedstocks diversifies supply, reduces geopolitical exposure and strengthens our resilience, particularly in defence-significant regions such as Northern Australia. Global SAF mandates are accelerating demand and the market is here. With the right policy support, Northern Australia can become a biofuel powerhouse with widespread benefits strengthening our regional economies and our hard-to-abate sectors. It also importantly builds sovereign fuel security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. Mr Netterville, do you have an opening statement?
I do. Good afternoon, committee, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present today. So Renewable Developments Australia was developed in 2004. We have 40 shareholders in the company, and to date we've spent over $30 million developing biofuels project, which include an alcohol-to-jet project and also a renewable solid fuel project. That solid fuel project, interestingly, based on the previous hearing, is the use of bagasse, which we've been able to make a lot more efficient. Just a bit of history with our project, and I think this is significant in that we should learn from history and see how things have gone and what we can do better. So in 2015-16, RDA was the proponent for the Pentland bioenergy project. This project was to produce over 200 million litres of ethanol. There were a number of feasibility studies and field trials. We went out to contracts, we got EPC contracts and a final design in place. That project actually reached an FID status at the time, and we then proceeded to look for investment locally in Australia. But just given the risk from the private sector around the ethanol mandates in the country, and that there just wasn't a high enough price for the ethanol to be paid in Australia, that project was actually put on hold. And what we did is took the project offshore, and with it offshore, we were looking to sell it either into Europe or into America. Unfortunately, on that process, the floor price for the ethanol was based on the Chicago Board of Trade, which at the time was sitting around 34 cents a litre. We were producing the ethanol for 27 cents a litre at the time. So we were meeting our production costs, but there just wasn't enough fat in that to satisfy private investment. At the end of the day, we had to park that project, mostly given the fact that the mandates in Australia at the time were very weak. So although there was a 4% mandate for ethanol into E10 in Queensland, there was no need to comply with that if there was no ethanol supply. So I think there's a lesson there that when mandates do go out, they need to be strong enough so that it drives development in that area and drives the market in that way. In our case, with the ethanol project falling over, 3 years ago, RDA looked at pivoting that project to a SAF project. And that was ideal for us because ethanol is the feedstock for A2J facility, alcohol to jet. And we've since developed that project now. We've continued with feasibility studies. We have a draft design for the A2J facility. All of the information and feasibility studies, field trials from the ethanol project have been pulled into the SAF project. So now that project is now ready to go, and we're busy with due diligence and working through that process. We have a little bit more work to finish off for the feed studies, but it is progressing well at the moment. But we do see similar challenges as to what we had before back in 2015-16. So some of the key challenges really is just maturity around government policy. There needs to be proactive support from government policy to drive the initial development costs into these projects. The private sector will look at these as too high a risk to invest in during the development phase. Once the development phase is completed and all of the information is proven and ready to go through to the next stage, that's when they'll come on board. So I think it's important that the government policy is in place for the development phase, not just for construction phase or production. It really needs to be right up front. The other is the mandates, which I've spoken to with regards to ethanol. I think the same thing may happen with SAF. If we put a SAF mandate in place, it needs to be enforced, but it'll be difficult to enforce it when you look at the economics behind it, because it's got to make sense in the private market and for the customers that will be using it. The other challenge we see is around the public funding arrangements. At the moment, if you're to secure public funding, you need to come in the room with the private sector on board, and they would have to put their share of that funding up front. So it's a 50-50 arrangement. So if we don't have private sector investment and you haven't had public policy in place, it's actually very difficult to secure public sector funding. And what happens is you get a catch-22 situation where you can be talking to the private sector who will say, we're ready to help you, but we'll help you once the government comes on board. And the government will say, we're ready to help you once the private sector comes on board. So it's just a catch-22. So that's another challenge that we see coming our way. The other is offtake agreements. obviously the airlines at this stage are hesitant to sign a binding offtake agreement, purely based on the cost of the SAF, because it is, as mentioned earlier, it's 3 times higher than A1 jet fuel. So, they're not going to move until there's government policy in place. And without an offtake, it becomes very difficult to get private sector funding on board and investment, because the offtake is the financial nut that you need to drive that project through. There are other ways, which I mentioned in item 5, there, in terms of being able to get the cost of SAF to something that's acceptable to market, is a contract for difference. So that can be through a mechanism where the government would support a portion of the production costs for SAF, and that would then bring down the costs for either the airlines, whoever's using it, and ultimately for the customers. Another area... Sorry,
Mr Netherville, do you have much more to do before you...
I'll be very quick. So large-scale renewable credits, they are used as income in the financial models. Obviously, at the moment, they are due to expire in 2030, so they can't be used in financial models. The private sector doesn't look at that, so I think we need to extend large-scale renewable credits. There are no production credits for SAF at the moment, so the government could look at that. And concessional debt facilities are too short-term at the moment. I think if they were made longer term, they're up to 12 to 15 years. If they went to 20 years or 25 years, it would certainly help financial viability of the projects. Thank you.
That was very comprehensive. Thank you. Can I turn back to Jet Zero? I want to specifically talk to you about your Northern Australia projects will you excuse me? I've got flooding too. Would you just ask some questions?
All our electorates are flooding. We've just got major flood alert in Catherine, which is where I just keep running in and out. So they're evacuating people from the hospital and everywhere else. So, but I think Matt will go to you, and then I think Luke. So Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Probably start with Jet Zero. Firstly, my grandfather was a food scientist at CSIRO, and he was convinced that you would never be able to get anything off the ground unless you were using avfuel. And so he would have been absolutely thrilled that something like this has been invented and is actually working. I guess in regards to expansion and the biofuel sector in general in regional Queensland, from a practical perspective, what are the biggest hurdles? Is it workforce, infrastructure, supply chains, a combination of all of these? Like, where are the pinch points at the moment?
Yeah, we've clearly pushed ahead with a project that's very advanced, and I'd say on the plus side and why we like Northern Australia, for the reasons of feedstock, pro-industry, and a number of other factors, we see a lot of benefit. What are the push or the challenges right now, or the roadblocks? In Australia, currently, we do not have any demand-side policy to support not necessarily the private sector demand short-term, but the longevity of what's a big project that requires significant investment. Though the government has shown intentions to review demand-side policies such as mandate, we are well behind most other countries in the G20, including, apart from sort of Saudi and Russia, we're one of the few countries without a demand-side mandate, particularly around SAF. So that is the biggest, I think, roadblock in basically progressing this project and expanding it and growing the industry at scale in northern Queensland.
I think you're on mute, Matt.
I am, which is good, because what I said didn't make a whole lot of sense. I guess, and a question for both of you, like, what benefits and what development do you see, particularly for regional Queensland, should we manage to get this up to scale to the level which you would anticipate?
Yeah, well, first of all, our project in North Queensland in Townsville requires over 200 million litres of ethanol, and this is multiples of what the sugar industry today produces, and we want to scale that further with additional projects. And look, as stated in prior submissions, not only is the sugar industry waiting on policy developments, but it's also, from our experience, looking to see projects built, and so there is an end market for that. So we see our project being a big catalyst for that industry, but importantly, we're able to progress this project with Australian bioethanol that's available to at least catalyse the industry and get it moving.
Thank you very much.
Do you know what Defence uses in Greater Townsville area?
As far as volumes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So total, I mean, 70% of Defence is used in aviation. So Townsville as a garrison city is obviously more Army focused, but there's huge investment going in from Army in new helicopters, Chinooks, Apache, and there are new facilities going in. In total volumes, we also look at the commercial sector as well as defence, but we're looking at around over 200 million litres of jet fuel demand in Cairns, Townsville combined, and this project could meet half that.
So, Cairns, Townsville, 200 million litres
of jet fuel.
Jet fuel.
I think just to add, the IDA project could meet the other half of that volume out of the same region.
Yep.
There.
The ag project.
The IDA, Sustainable Aviation Fuel Project in the Charters Towers region. That would deliver the balance of that SAF demand in Townsville.
That depends with me.
Yeah, great. And is it much different? Like, what do you put in a tank or a Unimog or a truck?
Yeah, the fuel's almost molecularly identical to kerosene for jet fuel. The only difference, which is a positive, is there's no aromatics or sulphur, and there's more hydrogen, so you actually get better energy density and better performance with the fuel slightly. And there are also no aromatics. Because there's no aromatics or sulphur, there's very little contrails or smoke out the back, so that has its benefits. But the fuel's identical. It's a drop-in. Importantly, RAF East Sale have been running 5% blend of SAF for over 12 months now, since February. They've deliberately put it onto as many types of aircraft they can put it on, including, I believe, flew King Charles on it, and it has proved to be a very successful trial and continuing. So, and then naturally, as a jet fuel, it needs to be ASTM certified of very high quality standards, and all of that occurs with the technology and the testing of it.
McDonald, do you have any questions?
Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you. Sorry about rushing out before. I wanted to ask you specifically about North Queensland projects. Can I just clarify, Mr Netterville, those Pongonia plantations, where have you accessed land for those?
I believe that's
ours.
Oh, that's yours. I'm sorry.
Power Thanga, the station manager there, is where we've planted over 3,000 trees and growing very well.
Can you graze cattle in amongst that? Is that a complementary use?
Yeah, I'll get Adam, our industrial manager, and before Adam comments in a bit more detail, this is an incredible crop for grazing land and why we've targeted grazing land.
Just before we get into that, this is the same argument with Leucaena. I think Leucaena is a great crop for cattle, but when it gets into the North Queensland river streams, it chokes them up. We have flooding, and now under the new EPBC legislation, we can't do riverine clearing for environmental management of things like Leucaena. Does this crop move like Leucaena? Are we going to have...
No, it's a tree. So
well, Leucaena turns into a tree too, but it's seeds. Where do its seeds go?
Well, the seeds are where the bio-oil is, and we harvest those for the bio-oil.
So the problem with Leucaena is that crops that aren't managed, or something happens, whatever happens, and then the seeds end up in the river streams, and then we have environmental problems like the flooding in Ingham where the rivers ran backwards because they couldn't flow through get the water through to the ocean. I'm a supporter of the project. I don't want you to get me wrong, but I just want to understand what checks are in place to make sure that should you have a bad year, you decide not to harvest the crop, you think you'll leave it just for the cattle to graze, the seeds end up in the river stream. How are we going to manage that?
Senator, can we take it on notice, particularly around the experience with Lakina, to give you that answer in more detail? All I would comment on, it's a native crop. We're not the only ones that see the opportunity here. Both Rio Tinto, Idemitsu and others are investing in similar scale projects, and it's proven to be sustained in plantations up at Weipa, all the way down to Roma. We clearly treat sustainability seriously, but we'd like to give you a full notice on that.
I'd appreciate that, because we had a discussion with the previous witnesses about complementary government policies, and so we talked about the removal of land from grazing and farming land. I want to make sure that that is complementary to growing crops for biofuel, and that we have appropriate environmental legislation that allows us to manage if seeds and crops get away. We've got plenty of examples, rubber vine, Lakina, amongst others, that now we can't manage, and we're having additional flooding from them. And so I just want to make sure that this is not your problem, but just as an industry, how are we planning for appropriate across-government regulation that will allow us to manage these things? Yeah, it's the policy matching, that's right.
And I'll just add to that, I mean, clearly as a sustainable business, that's top of our mind. And we've assessed a lot of feedstocks, and we would be happy to submit to the committee our feedstock report, which is detailed across a lot of feedstocks. I think for us, what was important is this didn't displace food, and we wanted to actually complement food, and which is why we invested heavily in this, was because of the silvopasture attributes and improving particularly semi-arid, arid grazing in central Queensland, which is low yielding for some of these farmers, to improve their economics and their income across multiple products. And we've certainly seen overwhelming interest in that. And from what we can see in the forecasts, it looks promising, but we need to continue that, and we would love to provide more information to the committee.
Was Lakina assessed as one of the crops?
I believe that was assessed in there. We assessed everything from soldier fly larvae to carinata to, there is a long list.
It'll be great to see that comparison, because that's how Lakina has been marketed in the beef industry, as a great complementary feedstock crop, and great. I look forward to seeing that. I also want to ask you about storage. So I assume you're going to be constructing fuel storage alongside the processing facility at Townsville?
Yeah, we've got two options for fuel storage, both at the plant, which is near Port of Townsville, and at the port itself, and recently announced an MOU with Port of Townsville around fuel storage. We'd like to see that a common user facility. We'd certainly like it to complement whatever plans Defence have around fuel storage in that garrison city, and ensure that we can encourage others to use that.
How big is the fuel storage that you're proposing?
Yeah, we're looking at over 25 million litres of tankage at that port.
Terrific. That's great. And, well, thank you for saying the common user words. That ticks a lot of boxes for me. And you only have to say rail as well, and then I'm you know... Yes, exactly. Completely happy. I don't think, we've spoken quite a bit in the past, so I don't think I've got any more questions that I think are really important to get on the record as part of this review. You've answered about complementary crops, so that we're still cattle grazing and we're not losing productive land to just sustainable fuel growth. The facility, how many people will you employ at the facility?
We've got 1,000 during construction, and it's a challenge up there. So we're trying to modulise what we can to ensure that doesn't put strain on the community. And we're looking at 100 full-time jobs, importantly, very skilled jobs. And we're looking to invest in those sort of programs to support students, and we're a supporter and partner of NRL Cowboys House, where they've got a pathway stream for young students who are fantastic students that we're bringing in. We also work with other local members like Healthy Waterways, etc., to again encourage local employment in what's a really exciting sector.
So is that all is that in Townsville?
Correct, where the plant is.
Just writing that down. Okay.
And then a final question then. Currently you don't have those crops to productive stage, so you're bringing feedstock from where?
Yeah, so we are sourcing for the Townsville project 200 million litres of ethanol, which is a lot, from Australia on the East Coast, and that is 100% Australian bioethanol that's available for that plant to be able to start in the next few years.
So just go back a step. It's already bioethanol, or you're going to turn it into bioethanol?
No, it's already bioethanol that's available on the east coast of Australia.
So why are we building new plants if there's already bioethanol?
We're taking the bioethanol through our plant and converting it to jet fuel, kerosene, or renewable diesel.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I can't think of any other excellent questions at the moment.
Thank you, Senator.
Excellent. Member for Solomon.
No, I think Susan's asked all the excellent questions.
Right. Matt Smith?
Yeah, if I could just ask a mediocre question then. It's my understanding that biodiesel is a byproduct of the aviation fuel?
Yes. It's a byproduct for us primarily because our focus was sustainable aviation fuel, given the pace of growth of this market everywhere else in the world. But we can pivot the technology in a matter of hours to produce at least half renewable diesel, which gives flexibility for sovereignty purposes. And clearly there's opportunities in both the mining and the marine sector to place that fuel.
Thank you.
All right.
Member for Solomon.
So, Hilton, can I just ask you the same question that I asked the last mob? Are you going to this summit in Sydney?
No, not at this stage, not myself. Craig Griffiths from our office will be going to that.
Right. But what would you hope sort of comes out of that if there was a sort of a request to government?
Well, key concern I have from today really is the 17 million hectares of land that's been pulled back from grazing. And if you look at the current sugar industry, there isn't enough land to grow crops that would provide enough feedstock to match the ultimate demand for SAF. You've heard of the 30 billion litres of fuel and the 10 billion litres of SAF that's required. You're going to need more than what the current sugar industry has, and we are targeting grazing lands and looking at putting in fully integrated projects where we irrigate land and bring up the production of that land, and then that adds to the overall production of SAF. And if we're going to pull out 17 million hectares, of land out of grazing areas, I'm really concerned about that. And I think that needs to be something that needs to be balanced with the liquid fuels industry. We need to get the same support that the solar and wind projects get. They're able to use good agricultural land to put solar panels up. And I think we should, the liquid fuels industry should be given the same opportunities and being able to expand and make, the best use of the land that we do have, and not shut it down.
Minister, can I just add? I think you'll get a very clear message from a lot of parts of industry, and it's well attended, and that'll include defence. I know Brigadier Mark Baldock is presenting on the future fuel strategy, as well as oil companies. It'll be a very clear message that the ask from government straightforward continue to extend a clear supply support and follow other comparable nations in implementing a credible demand signal in the form of a SAF mandate. And that has been a consistent message. On the supply side, we support the 1.1 billion cleaner fuels program that was implemented as a fixer per litre production credit that closed the cost gap. And when deployed alongside existing Commonwealth government funding agencies, this will help de-risk projects in their early stages of getting them from feasibility through to financial close and up and running. And that's what we see as a catalyst to this industry.
Great. No, thanks for that. And it's good to be briefed by you. I had a previous excellent briefing from a young fella, Quentin, at some point in the past. Thanks.
Senator McDonald, you.
I think your submissions are really good. I think we've had a really good discussion today over the opportunities and the need for sustainable fuel feedstock and the opportunities for both domestic and export for Australia. Your specific project, I'm excited about because it's in Townsville. A little bit of shameless biasness. Sorry, Chair. And I'm sure it will extend all over Northern Australia once you've been successful there. But the only other thing I guess I should touch on is that one of your locations is at the Port of Townsville. We've had some discussion earlier today about whether or not ports are establishing themselves as being genuinely trade facilitators or if they're just being landlords and trying to maximise revenue from things that don't add value to potential export industries like yourself. So what advice could you give me, or would you have any advice to give this committee on how ports can behave in a way that is more designed to facilitate trade rather than just maximise their own returns?
Yeah, look, our project is Cleveland-based, so south of the port, but certainly we want to locate as close as we can to the port.
I apologise, I thought you said you had two, one by the port and one at the port.
Our second project in Gladstone is near Fisherman's Wharf.
Okay.
But none are located on the port, as much as we would like to be located on the port. There are huge advantages as we're looking to bring feedstocks along the coast of Northern Australia into that central location, and also move the fuel to Northern Australian airports, but also southern airports. And that's where we see the opportunity. One thing we're conscious of in the development of this project is the stress we put on local labour force in Townsville and other regional centres in Northern Australia, which are already under stress, and occupancy rates in houses. As much as we can modulise these facilities, and I think I talked to all project proponents to ensure they're both cost competitive but not putting stress on those labour forces, the better. And so location at port sites is crucial. And we would certainly entertain that, and we think this can be incredibly profitable for both the ports themselves as well as open up expansion of those ports for other products.
So I'm sorry if you've already answered this while I was out of the room. Have you looked at whether or not you could move product from other eastern seaboard places, the ethanol, the bioethanol, by ship rather than by road?
Yes, and our feedstock supply strategy for Project Ulysses is based on shipping into the port.
Oh, terrific.
And movement of SAF both outside Townsville, once Townsville's needs are met, to either Cairns or further south where there is huge demand for this, and demonstrated by record imports of SAF as a demonstration from Sydney Airport just in May last year.
Okay. What I would like, and given that you're still at the project development stage, what I'd really like to understand from you is how the port charges that are being proposed by Cairns Port, Townsville Port and whatever ports you're loading from, how they will affect your project and whether or not they are commercially competitive with other jurisdictions. You may not have looked at other jurisdictions, so I appreciate that this is going to be a challenging question, but I'm just getting feedback from all sorts of operators that particularly privatised ports are maximising their portfolio return rather than thinking about facilitating trade and facilitating movement through ports, which, as we heard earlier today in the maritime component, we'd love to see more off the roads on using the ocean, but they'll only do that if the ports are competitive.
I'd love to. We will make that submission, and we work closely with Port of Townsville, great sponsors of the project. And all I'd say, when I look at the cost of SAF, and we aim to be competitive to international markets, and that's our target, and we believe we can get there with Project Ulysses, which is why we've had the backing we've got. Having access to port or positioning these plants at or near port is crucial. After feedstock costs, being ethanol, CapEx is the biggest. And the more we can modulise and bring that equipment in scale, the more bankable these projects become.
And I assume you're close to port for transport costs, but the bit I'm getting at is actually the port movement charges.
Yep.
Yeah. I understand that the rent charge for one of the big logistics operators at Port of Brisbane went up by 1,000% last year, or recently. Hard to compete on overseas jurisdictions if that's the case. Thank you, Chair.
Have you...
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask about the, the benefit to the consumer, because we all understand the value to regional communities in particular, and it's not just about, the price at the bowser, but I've heard it's 3 times more expensive currently. Obviously, scale would help bring that cost down significantly. If you're able to get Jet Zero to where you want it to be, is there sort of a rough idea of at what price point you could provide fuel, for example, to the ADF?
Yeah, so like the rest of the aviation industry, we expect SAF. It will cost more than conventional Jet A1 to start, and your estimates are about the range of where the global market's trading today. And that's typical for a new industry that is trying to scale up. However, based on our modelling and the impact on ticket prices, and I'm glad you raised it because this is important, independent modelling by our investment banker Barrenjoey, we've looked at realistic kind of 2% moderate SAF mandates, and under a worst case scenario where the entire cost is passed on to the consumer, which is not what we believe will happen, we're looking at around $2.20 impact on a ticket price for a 2% mandate. More importantly, the same modelling forecast, as you highlighted, a net economic impact positive for the country at around $17.50 a ticket. So with jobs and investment, this is a net positive. I might also add, though, within the SAF that's sold and within that price, it's not just the physical fuel, but there's also Scope 1 and Scope 3 carbon certificates, which have a big monetary value. And there are also corporate customers looking to purchase those to bring the price down even further. And Qantas has demonstrated that viability with the establishment of the Qantas Coalition. It's a public coalition of 15 companies, which are currently facilitating the purchase of SAF that Qantas is lifting out of Heathrow, Paris, and soon Los Angeles next month. So we think a lot of press that sometimes comes into the media that talks about much higher costs needs to look at some of these figures a little closer on a more moderate mandate of 2%, which is where Europe is, where most of Asia's heading, and where we believe this country should go.
Thank you.
Can I just further to that, Chair? There was an article in the Financial Times recently that some of the European airlines were complaining that the EU levels of sustainable jet fuel requirements would make them uncompetitive for long-haul flights against Asian airline carriers, and that you would see those European-based airlines become unviable if they lost the profitable long-haul routes. Where are you seeing sustainable aviation fuel requirements being mandated apart from the EU?
Thanks, Senator. So in the last 6 months, and I was in Singapore recently, we saw South Korea, Hong Kong and Singapore all legislate SAF mandates. Those 3 airports or main airports in those countries dwarf what our fuel consumption is, and whether we like it or not, we're going to be paying for that through those airports as we move forward, or transport. And then we've got Japan kicking in with a 10% mandate or targeted by 2030, and then other markets like India, etc., in the region are also mandating. So when I look at Australia's position, and this will be the pity, we are a big consumer of jet fuel. We are not a small country like steel and gas and energy that is generally exported. We are the end market. So it'll be a shame if we find ourselves in a situation where we're exporting our feedstocks to these countries for processing to only bring it back into Australia through, again, very vulnerable supply chains to both support our commercial sector and defence sector.
So that'll be at the airport. Sorry, Luke, were you asking something?
No, I was saying as well said.
Oh, yeah. So, the airports, the port of landing or embarkation is determining whether or not you take a percentage of sustainable aviation fuel. So Singapore Airport will require...
Every region's different. Singapore's the airport.
Yeah.
Heathrow's the airport. Yeah. In Europe, it's the state. Yeah. US, it's different. So, you know, I know federal government's working on our own policy for Australia, and we hope to see something soon on that.
Okay. I was interested because I thought if the European airlines, with their huge passenger numbers, are complaining, that it was something that pricked my ears for Qantas and our airlines, because I guess their competition will be Emirates, South China Airlines, those which may or may not have targets. Anyway, do you have any information on that, or what different jurisdictions
we can supply you where the mandates and what the mandate considerations are for each location in a comprehensive document.
Yeah, that'd be terrific. Yeah.
And look, all I'd say is, you know, I think our own airlines voluntary made commitments, or it's our largest national carrier. We've seen airports, we've seen the whole industry in Australia actually get behind this before policy. So in the context of what we're seeing from industry, it's incredibly strong support to see this lift off the grounds in a matter of way and get this thing established.
Well, Qantas doesn't mind charging its customer for any additional costs, which is why they are twice as much to fly from here to Townsville as Virgin is. So anyway, I'll just make that observation. They're very happy to pass costs on.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
So you're fine? Okay. Thank you for your evidence today. The committee's agreed that responses to any questions on notice, and I think Senator McDonald, you had there was about 2 or 3, but there was that last submission that was going to be provided to the committee. Will be provided, so we'll get the questions on notice and just the expansion of the information coming to the committee. If we could get that back or be provided back to the committee within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. Thank you all for appearing today, and sorry about running in and out. We've got some places flooding at the moment, and it's not good. A lot of water.
Thank you for your time, committee, and good luck.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch again. I think it was... Yeah. So that concludes today's hearing, and I thank all the witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. And the committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice will be provided within those 2 weeks. And the committee stands adjourned. And thank you, Matt, for being online all day.
Good on you, Matty.
Good job.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.